for this second day of the very important work that we're doing. Let's move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Delphine Polk, would you like to lead us in that?
Sure.
The flag goes up. Thank you.
Okay, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and we do have the two attendees waiting when you guys are ready.
We have 2 people for public comment, Madam President.
Great. Okay, let us move on to public communication with our 2 individuals. Thank you, Madam Board Clerk.
The 2 people we've got are Liana Gerardo and Carol Brown. Waiting for them to come in.
Like 2 different folks registered, unless they registered under different names. So we have Douglas Bruce and Leslie Blakey.
I'm sorry, I must have gotten the separate email. So Maisha,
No.
will you just deal with that?
Absolutely. So I have let in Douglas Bruce now, and then I will let in Leslie Blakey when you're ready. There are folks who originally registered. Looks like 2 additional folks have registered. So the original folks, the names that I sent you earlier, have not come on as of yet, Trustee Ewan.
I see. Okay. Mr. Bruce, if you'd like to go first.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome.
I am Douglas Bruce. I teach biomanufacturing at Laney College. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Great. All right. And I just wanted to bring up an email I got from a student just today, actually. Came from the district. And it says, to my student, it says, due to increased cases of COVID-19 and restrictive shelter-in-place order, your spring 2021 career education class may be canceled. Please see an academic counselor so that you can enroll in other options that will support your academic goals. And then it has some links to the counseling departments of the 4 campuses. And it's signed Mark Johnson, Executive Director, Marketing, Communications, Public Relations. So my question is, what was the intent of this message? Because it says the word canceled. And I got this message because my student said that he was going to drop his Bio 79 class, which is a capstone class for us in biomanufacturing in the CE department we're in. And he said he was going to go to Skyline instead to take the class. So it seemed like a mixed message here. I just didn't know what the intent was. So I just thought I'd bring that up at this meeting since it's a district meeting and hopefully the important people are listening to this. I don't think my class has been canceled, and like if it was, I suppose low enrollment could cancel it, but there's been no indication that the pandemic was going to cause a cancellation. So and just I'm worried about my enrollments now because the I don't know how far and wide this went, but I assume a lot of other students will see this and say, okay, well, I better look elsewhere because it sounds like the class is going to be canceled. So thanks for your time, everybody.
Thank you very much, Instructor Bruce. And as you know, because this wasn't agendized, this was not an agendized item, we're not able to comment on it. But I think we can safely say that the Chancellor has heard your message and will look into the situation, and we could expect some follow-up, Chancellor.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your communication. We are the important people because you're here. Thank you. Leslie Blakey, or is it Blackie? I'm sorry.
No, actually, you pronounced it correctly the first time. Thank you, Leslie Blakey. Yes, I am a professor at Laney College in biology. I'm also very involved with the CE committee, the district CE committee, as well as CE issues on Laney College. And as the Board of Trustees has heard over the past 2 board meetings, there's been a great deal of concern about the comments with the pause in hands-on learning. And as Doug Bruce just mentioned, it's extremely concerning that an email was sent out to students stating their CE classes were canceled. This went out to students who are enrolled not only in lab classes, but also in an online CE lecture only class. So there's a lot of concerns that I want to raise with this, which is why were faculty not notified that this email was going out? This really illustrates our concerns with lack of shared governance and communication to the faculty. I mean, faculty have been in discussion on whether or not classes would be taught hands-on in the essential CE classes and the sciences, not whether classes would be canceled, that they wouldn't be able to hold them at all. Also, if students hear that classes are canceled in their CE pathway, they're just going to leave the district, as Doug Bruce just mentioned. They're not necessarily going to sign up for other general ed classes. They're specifically on a CE pathway, and they're looking to complete these classes, particularly in something, as Doug mentioned about his biomanufacturing class. These are people that are literally being trained to go into the workforce to help produce medicines, like producing vaccines. So this is incredibly essential, as well as the nursing pipelines and a variety of other classes. And then lastly, if these classes are canceled by the faculty, what is the plan for paying faculty that have had their classes canceled by this announcement? How are they going to fulfill their teaching loads if they're tenured? Or what happens to the adjunct faculty that have now become unemployed because their class was canceled due to this announcement? The other thing I'd like to mention and just reiterate that has been said, again, one of the biggest concerns with this idea of a pause of our hands-on CE classes, science classes, and athletics conditioning is that the data from the fall semester of our students, over 200 students that have been on Laney campus have been that we have not, as Laney, been a locus of infection. Yes, there is infection around the campus, but the safety protocols have held and that we have not been a source of infection. We really want to make sure that we're dealing with our student needs and the importance of the student needs. So thank you for your time. Ooh, nobody's talking. I could keep going. No, but I won't.
Thank you, Ms. Bleaky. So we go on to our next individual. Do we have somebody in the queue? I believe, Madam.
I believe that Trustee Gonzalez-Duen is having trouble because I see him in the chat.
Okay. Madam Board Clerk, do we have a third person or a fourth person? Are they in the room?
We do not. Those are the only two that we have. Okay. And I will move him back to panelist.
Right. And if they come in the room, let us know.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I believe that we have gone through our two speakers. The other two are not yet here. So I'm going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is.
Just want to jump in for a second. We have this message from Trustee Gonzalez-Duen. I don't know if you can see it. I'm assuming that.
I am back now.
Okay.
Benjamin. Somehow my status was changed to attendee instead of panelist, but it's been changed back.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Let's go to agenda review 1.5. Chancellor, I'm going to hand that over to you.
Okay, great. So we have our agenda here to basically continue part 2 of the retreat, which was begun yesterday. Just ahead of that, though, we will be looking at an item that is not included in this document, but is also part of our agenda today, which is to discuss the Peralta Community College District mission statement.
And before we move forward, could we just introduce guests? I see Robert Griffin. Good to see you, friend. Been a long time, but if we could just introduce guests here, that would be great. I see Tina, etc.
Sure. So Dr. Griffin, who is with People Pros. Would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Thank you. Robert Griffin, and it's great to see you, Nikki. It has been a long time, and you look good.
Thank
I
you.
like the beard. I'm with PPL Pros. I've been with PPL Pros since 2009. I'm one of the vice presidents of the company, primarily working in Northern California. And I've had the opportunity to work with the Peralta District in the past. I was on an accreditation team to Laney College and was on the accreditation team twice at the district. And I'm a resident, or was a resident of Richmond, California, have families that have gone to Peralta. So Peralta is familiar and very special to me in my understanding of the value it has in the community and the people it serves. So it's a pleasure to be doing this work with the Peralta District.
Thank you.
I know Robert when he was vice president of student services at De Anza College, gosh, some time ago.
It was a while ago, yes.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Riggs?
Yes, hello again. Jim Riggs with PPL Pros, Vice President, along with Robert here in the north. I've attended some of your board meetings and spoke, did some work with your colleges on their special reports, and then the ICERs, which thank you for approving those. I understand this is your third board meeting this week, so you're keeping busy for sure. But again, I've enjoyed working with the Peralta District since September and look forward as we go into strategic planning throughout the spring. So again, it's good to see all of you again.
Great, thank you. And now, let's see, Tina, sorry, Dr. Vasconcelos?
Stop, Carla. Thank you.
I'm getting better.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for allowing me to introduce myself. I know we have new board members on today. So I'm Tina Vasconcelos, and I work at College of Alameda. I'm currently the Vice President of Student Services and also the ALO, and I absolutely appreciate the approval of our ICER recently as well, as Jim knows. So I'm here to work with you on the mission statement review is what we're doing today. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Belinsky, Joseph Belinsky.
Good afternoon, Joseph Belinsky. I've been in the Peralta Community College District since 1991. I've had a variety of positions. I'm currently, and always faculty, I'm currently the articulation officer at Berkeley City College, and I also assist with the updating of board policies and administrative procedures in keeping with the CCLC subscription. And I'm here because I've assisted Dr. Vasconcelos with the update of the mission statement.
And for people who don't know, an articulation officer is the person who makes sure all our classes transfer to the CSU and UCs and our other partners, and make sure that students get credit for those classes.
You got it. Thank you.
All right. So is that a sufficient introduction, or would you like the Board of Trustees to also introduce themselves?
I'm good to go. I think most
Okay.
people know us, and
Okay. All right.
people felt welcome.
Okay. Very good. So okay. So we have our agenda. Do we need to have an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second. Okay. Trustee Withrow,
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
Trustee Bonilla,
Yes.
and Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan,
Yes.
and Trustee Reese.
Yes.
And motion passes.
And what is
Okay.
that?
Yeah. All right. So we're moving on to item 1.6, mission statement and the PCCD strategic plan. What I wanted to do with this item, and this is part of what we talked about, I believe it was the November 10th meeting Trustee Gonzalez UN and all the other trustees who are here. But at that time, we were attempting to take a look at the mission statement and the way in which it was developed, and to determine whether or not the board wanted to remain with the existing mission statement or to revisit the idea of adopting this one. And one of the questions that came up as a result of that was, what is the process and what has happened and how have we gotten here with this mission statement, and how, and if there is, how is the board involved in developing this mission statement? So I've invited our guests here today to help us discuss this. And so what you have is a presentation prepared by Dr. Vasconcelos, who was, and Dr. Belinsky were both here and have the institutional memory about how this came about. And so I'm just going to run through the slides. There's just, 3 slides. And then Dr. Griffin and Dr. Riggs are here to help us facilitate a conversation about how to move forward, and then to think about if there is a need for us to revise any policies. So on the second slide, you can see that the process, this is what we're kind of talking about, that there was a task force that was assigned to conduct the mission statement review. Apparently over 150 individuals from all of our constituency and employee groups participated. There was a shared governance process at each college council and a district employee session. And then there was a district-wide survey, and then it went through the PGC and was forwarded to the Chancellor for approval. And I think if you go to the next slide, the interesting piece is that this process actually lived across the lifetimes of several different chancellors. So my understanding is that the process actually began 4 years ago, which is a while. Oh, sorry, 2 years ago. And so it went through these different pieces, and it concluded with Dr. Stanback Stroud in 2019. Is that correct? It should be 2020, shouldn't it? This is 2020, isn't it? Okay, so I think there's a typo. In any event, so in working with our consultants and trying to get putting our accreditation packages together, we realized that this needed to be visited. And so what I'd like to do now is to have our consultants, either Dr. Riggs or Dr. Griffin, kind of talk to us about what they've seen in terms of what our policy guidelines are and where the board fits in this process.
Okay, thank you, Chancellor Walter. Just real briefly, in looking at your current mission statement and the proposed one, both are good quality. This process that was used in our assessment is a very strong process that got you here. As we look at going forward with strategic planning, which is a part of preparing for accreditation, but a whole lot more is what we'll speak to, I'm sure, over the spring. But it's very important to have a current mission statement, not just because it conforms with the standards and for ACCJC, but it is the guiding light for strategic planning. And so reaffirming or adopting the proposed mission statement, I think is quite important as we start the process. We did look at your board policies on mission. And you do have a board policy 1200, but it's just a statement of your mission. It's not about why you would have one, and there's not an administrative procedure that lays out a process in a timeline for reviewing and process for updating the mission. So in looking at that, I would certainly recommend, and I'll ask my colleague, Dr. Griffin, to also speak to this, to take a look at perhaps identifying, maybe look at CCLC perhaps would be a place to go to see if there are some draft language for board policy or somewhere out there, but something that would give you some guidance at the policy level for updating your board policy. Excuse me, your mission statement.
Thank you, Jim. On the two slides that you've shown, clearly there's been a great deal of work that's been done on developing a mission statement. As Jim said, though, when we went through board policies, it wasn't clearly identified what the board's role was in developing a mission statement, or the role that it played in that process. So I can understand the question that I heard the Chancellor mention earlier, asking about clarification of the board's role in the mission statement process. So at this time, we're looking at the accreditation timeframe, and it is suggesting that we need to do something by March 2021. That's not a lot of time, I think, to go back and talk about starting from ground zero on developing a mission statement. So what we're suggesting is that it's either approve the one or reaffirm the one you have, or approve the new one, so that the bodies that are involved in the planning stages can start to use that as a basis for doing objectives and other kind of work related to developing developing plans, looking at the strategic master plan and eventually the educational master plan. So today, our task is not to suggest that we start a new process for reviewing the mission statement, but simply look at them and decide what is it that you're comfortable with approving today so that it can go forward to the body so they can start their work related to planning.
Thank you. So with that, trustees, what we're trying to do today is to determine whether or not what your pleasure is in terms of moving forward with the mission statement, either having us continue with the current mission statement. And I remember from our board meeting, Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen, this is not a pick one or the other, but it is for us to be able to move forward in our accreditation process, and then perhaps re-engage with the board with developing a policy around what the board's actual involvement is in developing a mission statement, and then moving forward with a more robust process in the spring. So with that, I would ask if you would like to discuss this, or just exactly what you would like to do, given that we only have 20 minutes apparently for this item. Crickets?
I have my hand up, and I think maybe if we stop the screen share, then everybody can see everybody.
Okay, great.
I don't need to go first. I just, at some point, I've got something to say.
That have their hand raised. So why don't we go with Trustee Withrow?
Again? Say again?
Trustee Withrow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now I can, yes, thank you.
Good. To me, I'm going to start off again. I'm just a business guy, and involved in a lot of mission statements over the years at the federal, international level, as well as domestic and whatever. And I find the California community colleges in general, quite frankly, but the California community colleges to be substantially more complex than what the general public relates to. And not just the general public walking up and down the street, but when we go to CCLC and bring in staff people for the governmental agencies, they have a focus that is substantially more simplified than what I see, sense, and feel that we're involved in. Very definitely, when you go back to Washington, D.C., the elements that the staff people that drive a good share of what we do in the government have a much more simplified view of what we are. They view us more like a high school. And depending on what part of the country they're from, certain parts of the country, they'll focus on us as being technical. And the existing mission statement that we have, to me, may not be perfect, but at least it's more expansive in terms of addressing what we're really, a broad range of things that we're involved in, and goals that we need to strategically plan to achieve. You know, I mean, just the basic breakout of CTE. At 35% of our students are in CTE, 30% are here for transferring to, with the intent of transferring other, and then 35% are there for continuing education or just strictly an AA degree. But when you start looking at the age breakout, I mean, we have kids that are freshmen in high school, all the way up to a pretty substantial number that are over 65 years of age. To me, it's very complex. And the mission of the district, the colleges, the institution, to me, needs to reflect the complexity of it, which I thought the current mission statement does. And again, getting back to one of the comments that your mission statement should be the guiding light for strategic planning. To me, it needs to cover the whole expanse of what we do. You know, educating somebody that is a freshman in high school is different than educating somebody that is 50, 60, 70 years of age. Or we have 16% of our students, at least at one point in time, I haven't seen it recently, but 16% of our students already have a bachelor's degree or more. At this one point in time, we had 5 that had a doctorate, and they were coming back for practical kind of education vis-a-vis the theoretical that you get pursuing a doctorate. So anyway, I have concerns about compressing this down to basically 1 or 2 sentences. I think it's, you know, for people that are working every day and this thing, it may be simple to them. It probably is simple, but to people like myself, again, just a business guy, and to just a lot of people that are decision makers in our governmental sector, as a matter of fact, making policy on a macro basis. It's too simple. That's too, in my mind, too simple a statement. So, you know, my bottom line is that I would prefer that we stay with the one we have. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody else want to discuss this?
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen is also.
Thank you. I would associate my remarks with the comment that Trustee Withrow just had, but my in agreement in a general way. I think the challenge here is this, however. Yes, there was an amazing process that involved hundreds of people, and Dr. Vasconcelos and Dr. Belinsky, thank you so much for engaging so many people in our community in what seems like a pretty robust process. Here's the challenge, I think, for the board, is that we had no input anywhere in that process. And as the policy-making body, like, you know, we have a few roles that we get. Policy is kind of like at top of the list. And so as a policy-making body, it seems very appropriate, at least to engage the board in this kind of discussion, which we can't have in 20 minutes. And so I think that my primary objection was that we were handed a mission statement that with no real background, like, here's how we went from 4 college mission statements through hundreds of people through these iterations. Here are the various things that were considered. Here's why we narrowed it down to the most simple, elegant 1 sentence, 2 sentences that we could get to. But even prior to that, probably along the way, there should have been some interactive iterations with the board in that. And so if we must re-adopt a mission statement, the challenge is this: if we re-adopt the mission statement that we have, it sends a message that we don't give a shit about what everybody else did. And that's not what we're saying. I think this board has profound respect for that process and the input. What we're saying is, okay, our turn. When do we get to play in the toolbox? You know, when do we get to engage in intelligent, interactive thinking with those of you who are working the day-to-day stuff with us, the elected representatives of the community? And where do we get to infuse this statement with the values that are coming from the community in the only democratic process that allows for community representation? That's us. We are the only democratically accountable mechanism through which citizens in our community, voters and other residents, get to say, here's what we think. And so we're put between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, we have this accreditation process. It's like, hey, you got to do this thing. And it's like, okay, we're good. And we've got a planning process. And it's like, yeah, we're good. We want to do all that. But if we must say this simple thing or this more complex thing that is more inclusive of a range of things, I think right now my comfort level is stick with what we have, and then immediately in the spring, when we have a process, set up a longer period of time where we can have this kind of dialogue. So that, you know, and I agree, we probably need a board policy on the development of mission and the appropriate role of board as policymakers as part of a shared governance process, not the rubber stamp at the end that says, oh, okay, you all did everything and now we're just going to accept this without any input from us. So I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great points. And I would like to hear if anyone else has any input. Yes.
There are 2 other people. So we have myself, and we also have Trustee Jelena. So Trustee Bonilla, would you like to go first? I'll go last.
Sure, thank you. So I think first I want to start with just thanking the Chancellor for bringing this back to the board. This is, in essence, she is cleaning up after a process had already been started where the board was unaware that the process had even begun. So now understanding, and it's unfortunate because what ended up happening, and this is where CEO board communication relationships are so critically important, because as the board was contemplating and working and developing their board goals, this was happening in a different vein. It was not aligned at all to what the board was doing, right? And so that's That's a clear example of when communication completely breaks down. Having said that, I want to honor the process because there was a participatory governance process that clearly took place. And we should not, it's difficult, it's hard, because I want to honor a process that was in place even though the board knew nothing of this taking place. And how far away is this mission statement away from the board goals that we adopted in August of this past year? And so can we make this work? That's really the question, is can we make this current mission statement align with the recently adopted board goals? Can we bring this, can we get back online? Can we readjust and recommit that all lines of communications remain open? That's going to be a big component of the next phase of this retreat that we're doing. And so I want to honor this process. This is the second time that the mission statement has been brought back to us. It's clearly articulating that there were a large number of people through a participatory process who were engaged, and we want to be able to honor that. And I think it's important that we do. So I want to support, although I know how this came about was not ideal. And as Trustee Gonzalez said, yes, we are between a rock and a hard place, but we can make this right and we can move this forward. So I want to support and honor the process. I want to thank everyone who participated in pulling these this critical mission statement together. And I do want to support it. And if it gives us great heartburn and we can't somehow manage to continue with this mission statement, then we'll need to revisit it in a different process. But I think we want to honor the process that has been brought forward to us, and thank everybody for, for their contribution. And I'll end there. Thank you.
And I'll put forth my comment. I just want to ensure that you all can hear me, though. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to repeat a little bit of what Trustee Bonilla said because it's quite important. When this was placed on the agenda item in the very beginning, I believe this was pre-Chancellor Walters, it was placed on there without a lot of fanfare. It was placed on there without a lot of information given to the board, without prior conversation with the board as to how this came about. And we know that a mission statement is the heart and soul of a district. And there was so much that was embedded in this process. It's a monumental activity, but it was kind of given to us, placed on the agenda without really even, number one, allowing us to know what was happening on the ground level in terms of the number of people involved and what was going on. And that was so important. And then it was placed on as an agenda item without the individuals, Dr. Vasconcelos, Dr. Belinsky, actually presenting to the board. If we had heard from you both, what happened, what conversations were going on, if there were forums that we could have attended so we could see and hear all of the items and all of the kind of dynamic information that was happening, that would have swayed us. But instead, it was placed on the agenda as just this item we needed to approve without even, and then a document, of course, that it went through the governance process. But without us knowing really how it came to be. When we hear from the people who are the very people of the district, we will support that, but we didn't hear that. And I think that that was really a large part of, well, we didn't even know this was happening. How do we actually do this? And if a conversation was happening between the CEO and the board about it, and again, this was pre-you, Dr. Walters, then I think that that would have also shaped the way that this would have come to the board. But absent those things, then in a way, it kind of fell flat on its face because we had no real idea. Now, with that said, I will also say that, and I've said this, I think, a few times at our board meetings, the mission statement to me is great. As we know, a mission statement has to be something that is not as long as our current mission statement. It needs to be something that we memorize, that everybody in the district memorizes, so that it's living, breathing. It is kind of, again, a kind of working mantra, our North Star every day for every person that's there. So if we have several different paragraphs, that's too hard. That remains on a document, that remains on the shelf. We need something that is short, that's crisp, that we can internalize in everything that we do. So I think that the direction that you all went is fantastic. But I think what was missing was that our knowledge of the process and what was happening. And what was unfortunate is because we lost all of that, we couldn't even see what you all were doing and how you all were feeling or how you came to this. And if we did, I think our vote would have been or our response and our vote may have been quite different. So I just wanted to make sure that we weren't, it was the way in which it came to the board that was rather, I don't want to say questionable, but it allowed for not a fluid kind of process to have happened.
So let me, I'll do that, Trustee VP Gonzalez-Ewan. I'm going to go and get the proposed mission statement that was developed through this process. And while I do that, so I can't see blue hands or anything if people are using blue hands, but I do see VP Gonzalez-Ewan with his couple of fingers up. So I hope that's not out of turn.
Okay, thank you. So again, I don't think that, I think that there is a solution here.
Okay.
That we embarked on this solution just a month ago, we could have dealt with this expeditiously. And I think the solution is something like this, if in fact there is adequate time. I think we need about an hour on a board agenda or in a board retreat where we hear from board members, where the drafters of this thing hear board feedback, take it back through one more iteration, and then bring it back to us. I think that would probably be sufficient. I think that there are probably, and the other thing that we could hear from Drs. Vasconcelos and Belinsky, I think if we could hear a little more about what the thinking was from the groups. And I can't believe that it was like, oh yeah, everybody came to this unanimously with no problem at all in the first round. It was like, no. There was a lot of complicated thinking, and it came down to like, okay, well, some people wanted this and some people wanted that. And I think if we could hear and see the intelligence of that engagement, maybe we would be persuaded, oh, okay, now I understand the rationale for this very simple statement. Okay, maybe that works. But my proposal would be, if in fact there is time to re-agendize this for an hour, if it needs a special board meeting at some point, I think we could do that. If there's accreditation timing issues, I think we could probably accommodate that. And I don't think we need to start over. I think we really need about an hour where we actually have substantive discussion and not about process. Just, here, can we hear what people think? Is there a word or two that could be tweaked that would satisfy this board, or 5 words, another 1 sentence, not 15 paragraphs? So that would be my proposal. Cindy, I think you're in charge of calling on yourself.
Yeah, President Napoli-Bellaris.
Yes, there's a part of me that is that would like actually maybe our PPL folks to opine on the commission standard, because the ways in which we want to hear, I get that, and I think that I've definitely advocated for that as well. I think the idea that we are going to change or make amendments or potentially modify the mission statement is a bit counter, I think, to my understanding. So if and I could be, so if we could have our Dr. Griffin and Dr. Riggs maybe opine on that, I would really like some sense of best practices in terms of the board interaction with governance process of the policy.
If I may, could I start?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. First off, I really respect and value the comments that the trustees have made. I understand it. You weren't criticizing the proposed mission statement. You weren't criticizing the process. You're expressing your concern about how the process was handled in your absence in the process. I totally understand that. Any communication that we have with people about the mission statement, we will reiterate and explain that to people, that it is not, that this is not a good mission statement. It is not resistance to that mission statement, but it's about the process. We need something, and I would love to think that it could be done in an hour, but there may be more constituent involvement than is possible to do in an hour. The revisiting may take time. In the meantime, the strategic planning process does not have a mission statement that it's focusing on as it does its work. So I absolutely, Trustee Gonzalez-Nguyen, you made a comment about perhaps coming back and revisiting this. I agree with you. I think that that's an excellent thing to do. Look at the board policy. Chancellor Walters had said that she would have someone look in the CCLC. I think collecting that information for your benefit could be very helpful. But in the meantime, it's important that we can authorize people to get started on the work for the strategic master plan as quick as possible. And I'll defer.
Thank you, Robert. What I would add to that, certainly second everything that's said there, as far as from accreditation standpoint, standard 1A4 says the mission statement is periodically reviewed and updated. But I think that the operational term there is reviewed, and this very robust discussion today, as it's going to be read and hopefully into your minutes, is something that could be shared with the visiting team to show compliance about as far as the review of the mission statement. Now, is a review completed after this discussion? It doesn't sound like it is, but at least you have started the process of reviewing. And Trustee Gonzalez, you proposed a process that would allow that to continue there. So as far as the planning process going forward today, because we were working with the Chancellor to start that in January, is you have a mission statement. We would use that, so it'd be going forward with the current one. If you're going to run another process to continue to update it, and if you did update during the process of the strategic plan, we would bring that back to the strategic planning groups, have them look at it and see if it has a effect or a change on the strategic goals at that point. That's kind of a long way of saying we will work with you and the planning process, depending where you go with your deciding what to do with your mission statement.
So if I could put that in Chancellor speak for you, okay? And and what that means is that rather than, the concern about saying, thank you for all your effort, but no thank you, it means that the effort is almost done. And we come back in the spring to do exactly what BP Gonzalez-Nguyen has suggested. That is, we don't throw the baby and the bathwater out, but we have the current mission statement to anchor us for a bridge until we get there. And we absolutely have to have, I think, the Board of Trustees has to say, this is our anchor and our bridge as we move through this accreditation process, with the understanding that we're going to come back, and then the governing groups will not take away, a feeling of resolute, why should we bother type of attitude. And at the same time, it'll give us chance to work with Dr. Belinsky and other constituent groups through the process of getting a policy that now includes the board, in the process. So that's Chancellor speak, I think, as I understand what's being said here. Mm-hmm.
And may I just make one little comment? As I look at the new statement, if people haven't actually looked at it, it's in our chat there. The Peralta Community College District is a collaborative of colleges advancing social and economic transformation for students in the community through quality education rooted in equity, social justice, and partnerships. One of the things that we worked on yesterday was our board statement, right? When we talked about our board statement, at least one of the two statements actually spoke specifically about, we want to provide an environment with excellence in education. So we have quality in education here. And I think that treating all students with respect and honor and supporting our students, that seems to be somehow, some way emerging in rooted in equity, social justice. And one of the things that we did not do that was actually missing in our own statement, but it was kind of mentioned in the second statement that was provided to us yesterday, or that we did yesterday, was community and community partnerships. So I would argue that on some level, there is a parallel between what we came out with, our work resulted in yesterday, at least as it relates to the board. And so if anything, ours was a little lacking in certain areas. So I just wanted to kind of bring that into the conversation in terms of its parallel with our own created statements on some level yesterday. So what is it that we want to do? I mean, I'm sorry, I think Trustee Gonzalez-UN had a comment, and then kind of if you could let us know, Chancellor Walter, what it is you would like us to do at this particular point.
So what I'm trying to understand, okay, here's where I understand procedurally where we are. In order for a formal strategic planning process to go forward, there needs to be a mission statement. That's the anchor from which everything else is measured. Are we in fact fulfilling our mission? Okay, I get that. And so, what do we need to do to make that official? And if having this statement as part of that, or the readoption of the old statement as part of that, well, then that's a kind of a pro forma thing that must be done, but it's not exactly pro forma. It's supposed to be substantive. So procedurally, I need to understand, is this so time sensitive that if we readopt the old mission statement, it'll totally screw things up versus adopting this mission statement? If we adopt this mission statement and then we come back and we tinker with it in the spring, we adopt, we add in a word or two or a sentence as opposed to the thing that we've got, does that mess with it? So that's one thing. And I'll just say on the substantive side, I think, Trustee Withrow has talked about the complexity of the institution. I think that's correct. I think when I read this mission statement, I can see that with one or two words, the complexity could be captured. It's not saying this is all we do. And so I think that there's a way of wordsmithing that. For me, the one thing that is missing out of this is there's zero mention of environmental sustainability. And for me, that's a deal breaker.
Can I just intervene for a second? I just want everyone to know a time check that we are now on 45 minutes and the allotted time was 20 minutes on this. So Dr. Walter, do you want to kind of give us a sense of where you would like us to go with this at this particular point, if we are able to?
So I think what I would like to have the board do is, rather than have it be, because by not adopting, my understanding is that by not adopting the quote new mission statement, we are still under the old mission statement. And that's indirect action, if you will. So I think it would be really positive and as a step to say, to affirm, yes, we are still under the old mission, or sorry, I don't want to call it old, previous mission. And we are almost done with revising the mission statement, and we will visit that, as you were suggesting, in January. So the good thing is, you know how long it takes to develop a mission statement. According to our data, it takes 3 years. So at least when we start this in January, we'll be ahead by 3 years. So that the board can then say, okay, we're going to come back and, you know, we have a piece to put in here, re-engage with the participatory governance individuals, and then adopt a new, quote, revised mission statement. That's what I would suggest, so that it is not ambiguous as to where we are. But I would also ask Dr. Riggs and Dr. Griffin if they have, you know, any support for that direction or what have you. And I see that President Abella Reese has a question still.
Do we want to go to Dr. Griffin, Dr. Riggs, please, first?
Okay.
Yes, I would certainly support the Chancellor's recommendation on this. That would give you an opportunity to move forward with the planning process, with the current mission statement, and then continuing, then to take that next step and involve the board with the updating of the mission statement over the next however long it takes. So you're able to do both. I think, again, as I said, I fully believe the commission, Accreditation Commission, is looking as much at process as what is said. And this would be healthy to bring the board in on this discussion as you move forward with your considering an updated mission statement. Robert?
I also support the Chancellor's recommendation and say that it's consistent with what I've heard all of the trustees say about revisiting. It's just this. I think that your comments have displayed a lot of flexibility, and I think it's an opportunity to come back and revisit this. And so the message, I think, to the people who were initially involved in writing the new mission statement is that you're open. But all in all, I support the Chancellor's recommendation.
So Cindy, I'm sorry, so it is 3:01 and this was allowed for 20 minutes. So it sounds like the Chancellor's recommendation is clear. Can we move forward now? Can we go ahead and transition forward with our next item on the agenda? We are way behind schedule.
Who are you? Are you asking myself or are you asking Dr. Walters?
I'm asking you.
My apologies. Sure. I mean, I think at this particular point, we are saying that we are going to stay with the old mission and revisit the mission in January, which may take a long time to actually redo. Is that
No. Let me say it for you. Okay.
Yes.
I think that what we're saying is we're going to re-engage the process, put one more link on it, one more step to get the board to get its input on the proposed mission statement. And then from that point, we'll be able to determine to revise it. And at the same time, we want to put together a policy or board policy about the involvement of the board with the mission statement revision and review. That's what we're doing.
That sounds great. So does that sound, so Cindy, if you can just kind of poll the board on if they're agreeable, and then we can just move this off the table.
Maisha, I'm sorry, board clerk, would you like to, we're not taking a vote. So let's.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. I don't know how to do it.
Everybody put a thumb up if you're okay with it.
Yay.
For Trustee Withrow, where are you? I don't see your thumb or any part of your body up.
I'm not sure I understand. Are we staying with the existing mission statement and modifying and continuing the process to debate what we've got existing with the one that was proposed by the group? Is that what we're looking at?
Affirmative.
Okay,
yes,
I'll go with that.
Revisiting this in January, along with a consideration of a revision of board policy regarding the development and mission statement. And if I can amend this, direction with a hearty thanks to Doctors Vasconcelos and Belinsky and the entire process, so that they feel validated that we understand there's a process here. And
Right.
And, you know, the message is not, oh, you all screwed up. The message is thank you.
Exactly.
And we're really grateful and looking forward to a quick resolution to this challenge.
I'd like to make one more comment, and I know we're running short here, but I've been influenced by a lot of things over the course of my life. But Dr. Hayakawa, Professor Hayakawa, has been an extreme influence to me in terms of semantics and his concept of moving up the abstraction ladder until you get an agreement, recognizing that when the larger your group you have, the more you try to suck it down the abstraction ladder, you're going to have issues. I'd like to hear more about the process and what the leading people into these various things, and we've already covered this along that line, that it wasn't moved up the abstraction ladder because they couldn't get everybody aboard in the large group. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we've got what we need for accreditation. I think we've got what we need for developing a process. I think we've got what we need to get our springboard into our strategic planning for the colleges and so forth in January. So if there's nothing else, I'd like to thank Dr. Belinsky and Dr. Vasconcelos for joining us and for the time and effort that you've put in, and know that we're going to ask you to put in just a little bit more, just a teeny bit more. And then, of course, thank you, Drs. Griffin and Riggs, for participating and helping us with some clarity around how we should move forward. So I appreciate that.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. With that, I turn it back over to you, President Reese.
Thank you. I believe we are now going to 1.7, which is the review of prior day's activities and retreat outcomes. And I will turn that over to you, Dr. Benjamin.
Okay, thank you very much. So I want to start by reviewing our agenda for today. So yesterday, I think we made decent progress. We covered everything on the agenda. We did not complete the vision statement piece, which we will complete at the beginning in just a few minutes, hopefully. And then yesterday, you came up with 3 areas. We were talking about, and it's one of your goals to talk about areas on which the board does not agree, and you came up with 3 areas. And then the third, and so the next activity would be to focus on those areas and reach agreement. And then the second activity for the day on our schedule is to clarify board and CEO roles and responsibilities. It just so happens that the areas of disagreement that you brought up yesterday all fit in this category. So I've kind of combined those 2, as you'll see as we go along. I have to share 2 concerns that I have with you, and I'd like for you to respond to this so you can just have them in your head as we proceed. The first is that one board member is not present. And I'm worried about that because we are in the process of reaching agreement on some things. And this is supposed to be the whole board. So you need to be thinking about how we, or no, not we, but how you want to bring along the member who's not here. So you need to think about that. And I didn't talk to the board president about that today, but maybe at the end we can talk about how we provide this experience or the information that was gained or the agreements that were reached, but we need to have all 7 board members in agreement on what we do today, or maybe you don't want to reach agreement on certain things, just kind of leave them loose. I'm not sure. So think about that. We'll proceed. The other is there's no way we're going to get through the agenda, which we knew kind of from the beginning. I was trying, I was thinking I was going to make it. So I think you're going to have to make some decisions at the end about how we're going to cover the things we did not cover today, although we're making some progress. So those are the two issues that I see. Are there other issues as we get started on the activities that you've thought about that may need to be resolved as a result of our retreat in the absence of a board member today? Where we are right now. And do you agree with me on those two particular issues from my point of view?
Yes. Yes. I mean, I have that. Yes. I do. We're going to need to figure out how we bring our seventh board member into the conversation, because it's critical and it's important. But I do think that one of the things that we laid down yesterday was, if we have 6 board members who are committed and they're going to actually articulate their commitment to what we talk about today, I think that that is going to be really important, because we've got to hold each other accountable for us to move forward as a productive body.
Okay. Other comments before we move forward? Okay, so we will start now. You will be very pleased to know that on the agenda, I put everything into one document so that I can just kind of roll through. So can you see my document that says continuation of activity at the top? Okay, we're good. So our A team, consisting of trustees Jenkins and Polk, developed a vision statement, what you gave them in the vision statement. So let's look at it. Would one of you like to read it? I pasted.
Go ahead, Trustee Jenkins.
Got like a mouthful of food. Can you do it?
Yes. Okay, I'll go ahead and read it. The Peralta Board of Trustees is dedicated to achieving educational excellence by supporting each student's academic goals, professional aspirations, and individual dreams in an environment where all are respected, honored, and where they dare to dream. The Board of Trustees faithfully respects the common values and vision of their respective communities while striving to adhere to procedures, practices, and policies with civility and cooperation.
Okay, reactions. Is there anything anyone would like to change in this statement?
Hi, this is Julina. So, oh my gosh, thank you both. Amazing job. Yay.
Yay.
I think yeah, it's amazing.
Could the statement be made a little bigger on the screen? I'm trying to read it and my eyes aren't that good.
I think it just for
Is that better?
Yeah, that's really big on my screen, but yeah. For clarification, the second sentence or the last sentence, if it says the Board of Trustees faithfully represents.
Yes.
That's the word, right? Represents?
Yeah, she read it as respect. She was excited.
Oh, did I? Oh, my bad.
That's okay.
Sorry, represents.
Respect and represent both. So I just wanted to know
Sure,
which
why not?
They both work. They both work.
Yes, I apologize.
That's okay. But if
my eyes are really bad too, so.
That was great. No,
Good job.
Good job.
Are there any objections to this, to anything in the statement? Okay.
Looks
So
good.
I have just the word striving, while striving to adhere to, I think we should eliminate that word. No, we adhere.
While
Strive to adhere.
Because it's
That would
futuristic.
be me.
I had the same response. I want you to know that, Nikki, that I agreed with you on that. I didn't want to say anything. So to have it read of their respective communities while adhering to, right?
Yeah.
Agree.
That'll work.
Agree.
Any other responses? If not, going once, going twice.
And maybe put in the word formal right before procedures so that we understand what procedures we're talking about. There are in fact formal procedures. There's laws, there's,
Right.
Are there objections to adding the word formal?
No.
No.
Okay, so we have a vision statement. Now, I sent you something this morning. I don't know if you had an opportunity to read it, and I don't know how you feel about this, but we were talking about yesterday behavior. And I just put in this list that I stole from somewhere, but to fulfill this mission, we will do these things. I just want to know if you're interested in adding something like that or not, or if you want some of them, none of them, all of them. Reactions to that part, please.
Yes, I love that we have these bullet points here because I think it makes things much clearer for us in terms of what our benchmark of civility and expectation is. I thank you for stealing this from somewhere else. I think it's great.
Agree with that.
Am I hearing no objections? Now, if I'm hearing no objections, that means that you're going to abide by this and you're going to call each other on it when you don't follow it. That's what agreement means.
That's right. And so, Dr. Benjamin, I'm also wondering, you made a comment yesterday about ensuring that our code of ethics is on the calendar every January. So we definitely want to see that on the calendar in January. And for the trustees, where do we envision that these bullet points would be? Because I think visually seeing them and visually reviewing them with each other is equally as important.
My suggestion would be that this would be on your webpage so people could see it. Up to you. Yes. But that's one way, and you could, that's not the answer to your question though. But I think it needs to be so where people will know this is what you aspire to, and this is how you're going to behave.
Actually, Trustee Bonilla, can you repeat what you were saying? Yeah.
You recall yesterday when Dr. Benjamin said, hey, on your code of ethics, this is something that you all have as a formal process, and we need to visit that. And when you visit it in it gets revisited in open session so that we can see it. We just need to figure out where it gets placed. Where do we have this vision that we're committing to in practice? How do we talk about it? How do we update it? How do we codify it amongst each other, right? Mm-hmm.
You know, at some of the other districts on their board docs, they actually have a section that is part of their, not so much their agenda, but it's on the side so that it's up there when people are looking at the board docs. But I wonder if we can even integrate this into our agenda, like at the beginning of the agenda, and or if we need to. I mean, it's a little onerous, but I don't think so, actually. Even at the beginning of every board meeting, we could even start off with just kind of, if we wanted to, just to make sure we're, as we call to order the meeting, these are our guidelines until it becomes part of how we interact with one another.
That makes sense.
I like that.
Okay. All right, and we'll come back to this though too. So let's just keep it in mind that those are all good ideas, and I think that's a great thing to do. And I'm sure Maisha is capturing all of this.
I am. Can I get clarification though? Are you referring to the full code of ethics or simply these bullet points here and the vision in these bullet points? As far as posting on the agenda and then going over at the beginning of the agenda, which one are you, or both are you referring to?
Both, Maisha.
Okay.
Okay. So I added another suggestion when I sent you the sheet this morning, because I've done this with other boards. They found it useful, but it's only if you want to do it. So now you have a vision, you have the behavior, and then do you want to make an individual commitment? Something you will do personally, consistently, to make sure that this vision is achieved. It's an act, a behavior you want to exhibit, or anything. I don't know if you're even interested, not a requirement, but. it would be your individual commitment.
I think this is a good idea, and I'm not even sure. Yes, would be great if each individual wanted to put forth a particular action or commitment, or even a commitment of what is above, just an affirmation of a commitment to what is above that we just went over.
Okay, so I won't have you answer right now. I know if you didn't read my email this morning, you need some time to think about it. So I worked on something else today, and I don't know whether.
I don't think people can see my hand, but I wanted to add one thing to your list, Dr. Benjamin.
Yes, sir.
Your very first bullet, treat each other respectfully, I think is great. I think it needs to be extended that we treat all people in these processes respectfully. And it just needs to be I mean, it should be obvious, but I think this is something that as a board, we need to agree to, that members of the public, that people who are coming and giving public comment, that staff, et cetera, that we, that gets included. It's not just that I'm respectful towards my fellow trustees. And I know that seems obvious, but many things seem obvious that we don't seem to do necessarily well. I don't think there's probably any disagreement on that. Are we good?
Does anyone object to that?
Makes sense.
No, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this can be modified to sound a little better. I was just trying to capture something there. So I want you to think about this. I can show you some statements from some other board members because we're going to have to anyway. But I do want to show you something else I did today because I haven't been thinking about anything but this meeting since we ended last night. But I was trying to capture some of what we talked about. I sent it to our attorney, your attorney, and she made it much better than what I had. And it's still not, it's more like notes in a way, but I want you to see this because it captures some of the things that are not captured there, but I haven't figured out where this would go. So I'll just read it quickly. Over the course of the last whatever number of the months, the board, she wrote it as a report out. The board has been engaging in a process of establishing board goals, self-evaluation, and reflection. Here is well, not established reflection. You can see we have work to do on it. Here's a brief report back to the community on steps and commitments we have made to help ensure board meetings run effectively. And just stop it right there. Or that's not quite what it is. It's a little more than that. The board is continuing to work on trust in and among our members and to let go of old grievances. 2, we agree to listen and seek to understand others and opposing viewpoints with an assumption that each of us has good intentions and a deep commitment to the district students. We commit to being prepared for each meeting and to work within our established communication protocols. When we seek additional information, members will review the agenda in advance of each meeting and adhere to board policy. I didn't know the number of that policy and I'd have time to look it up, but I think it's 2340. No, maybe, I don't know, for adding items to the agenda. 4, we have reviewed the board's code of ethics and will incorporate the practice into our December organizational meeting annually. And I don't know when that meeting is. I probably made up December. So we can be refreshed. And so new trustees are familiar with our policy and procedures. If the code of ethics is violated, members are to follow the formal process stated in the code. And then to Kevin's point, and are also encouraged to first address their concerns informally to settle the disagreements one-on-one between and among members before moving to the formal process. From time to time, the chair will remind members of appropriate behavior and may call for a recess or cut the microphone if a member is being offensive in the judgment of the chair. The chair may also redirect members if they stray from the topic of discussion. We collectively recognize that it is within the duties and authority of the chair to render decisions or take actions to keep meetings on track. And then number 5, we seek to model the leadership we want to present to our students and community. I thought I had a 6. Oh, okay. Anyway, I was trying to capture some of the things I think you agreed on last night, or at least we talked about. So.
I'm sorry, Dr. Benjamin, is that available to us to review, or is that going to be
Yeah, I'm just putting it out because this is,
okay.
yeah, and I can send it. You can look at it some other times. You can be thinking about it. It's just a lot to try to do in this. You guys need 2 days somewhere. I'm just telling you. So I'm just throwing this out. But first, I want to know from you if I pretty much captured some of what was said last night in here.
Looks good to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think you did. It'd be helpful to see it all. But I think that you captured just about everything that we talked about.
All right, so I've got a lot of stuff here for you today. So just kind of keep this in your mind. You'll get a copy of it, and we need to try to figure out where it will all go.
Right
now.
Benjamin, can I just, you went through it quickly, and so maybe this was in there.
Okay.
But I think it would also be helpful as a public statement to also reiterate that we as a board are working to define our common values, goals, areas of agreement, and to focus on those. Because I think that's I think that is the direction of this board. It's like, here, look, we've got areas of disagreement, but those are so small compared to what we care about in common. And I think that's reflected in what we've been doing. I don't know if you have that in there, but I think it's a kind of a positive spin on the direction.
To me, but that's if everybody supports what you're saying.
I do. If anybody else opposes.
I support it.
Yeah, this is great.
Okay, so just keep it in your mind. All right, so we're gonna go back now to my other document. So hold on just a second. So, and we'll come back to the individual member commitments. Think about that to decide whether you want to do it. When we take a break, I'll put up some from another district without their names. Now, we're moving, let me see what time it is. I don't want to go beyond your break here. Let's see. So
And Dr. Benjamin, if you want to, or maybe we can talk in the break, just if you want to give me a sense of how much time you want to spend for each one so I can try to facilitate the time so we can go over as much as we can go over.
Yes. Do you feel like you need like a 10-minute break right now? It's 5:30. I'm sorry, it's 3:30. You've been going an hour and a half. So you want to take a 10-minute break right now before we go into the reaching agreement part, because you're going to work in groups on this part. You want your 10-minute break now? Or you want to go till top of the hour?
No, it's fine.
I'm fine.
Top of the hour. Okay. So we made this list last night of 3 things, 3 issues on which you don't agree, you have some difficulty or some tension. So the first issue you identified was trustee interactions with employees regarding operational issues and interactions with the larger community. And I think that this particular issue would, the corresponding ACCJC standard would be 4D12, which says that the governing board delegates full responsibility and authority to the CEO to implement and administer board policies without board interference and holds the CEO accountable for the operation of the district system or college, respectively. And so and just about every policy you have, when you put all those policies together, it comes down to the day-to-day management of the district. I put in a new little category here called proposed remedy for this, where you do interfere or whatever. That's the sense that you do. You said that yourselves in your survey. Is to adopt a communication protocol. And I gave you in your agenda a draft from Dr. Walter and myself for you to look over. So it's about communication, which really gets into what the chancellor's job is, some distinctions between what the chancellor's job is and what your job is around communication. And what I want to do is, so the first one has to do with communications between and or among board members. I hope I'm assuming safely that this was covered in the orientation and we don't necessarily have to go into any detail on this one.
Dr. Benjamin, can you just enlarge the whole screen, a full page view as opposed to?
I will try.
No,
okay.
not enlarge the text, but just open up the view so that we have the whole thing.
I don't know how to do that.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
But it's in your.
So what you should do is, if you can, Dr. B, get down to the corner where there's the little one, the percentage number, and drag it to your right. And then everybody who's on the panel, you want to have full screen. And also when you're there, there's a bar. If you move your, I told you I'm getting a certificate in Zoom.
Yeah, and I'm not.
You could bring there's a line, if you go right next to the photos, there's a line that allows you to enlarge the part that's being shared.
Right.
So Carla, when I send them off to the room, you can show me how to do it, because I'm about to give instructions right now.
And then Dr. Benjamin, I'm sorry. So you asked that, I don't want to assume that this was covered in detail during the new hire orientation. I'd rather get confirmation from the new trustees.
Did you, I can just read it, but I don't want.
We did not cover this. We didn't cover this in orientation.
No, we didn't.
All right, so we'll just run through it quickly about communications between and or among board members. So there are 7 board members here. The majority of the members of the board shall not, and a majority will be 4, outside a regularly scheduled meeting, use a series of communications of any kind, directly or through intermediaries, to discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item of business that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. This shall not be construed as preventing an employee or official of the district from engaging in separate conversations or communication with members of the board outside a meeting in order to answer questions or provide information regarding a matter that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. If that person does not communicate to members of the board the comments or position of any other member or members of the board. If you do that, that's a violation of the Brown Act. Because there are 7 of you, then the magic number is 4 in terms of any kind of conversation that can take place. I don't know if if the board has had Brown Act training lately, have you?
Yes.
Good, okay. I think the new members probably need that. I know that in January, typically, CCLC has an orientation, a 1-day or 2-day orientation for new trustees, and they go over the Brown Act. So it would be really good for new trustees to participate, which you probably already know. And then B, one-way communications from board member to board member, even regarding subject matters that fall within the jurisdiction of the district, are not a violation of the Ralph M. Brown Act as long as there is no response. That's what a one-way communication is. It just goes one way and there's no discussion. Now, in your groups and in your agenda, this document is in there. I want you to look at Roman numeral 2, Roman numeral 3, and Roman numeral 4. And I'm going to give you 45 minutes, I think, 15 minutes on each one. And look at those. The first one has to do with communications between board members and the CEO/staff member. You're going to read what those things say, see, and give a reaction to them. If you think whatever their reaction is, these are okay, this makes sense, I have questions about this. This is something we should adopt, we should not adopt, we should change this, we should add this. Some of it's related to the Brown Act, so you can't do anything with it. It is what it is. But react to those in your group of 3. The second one has to do with public communication by board members. That's how you interact with the public. And do the same thing with that one, just tear it up, but just 15 minutes on each one. Do not go off on rabbit trails. Stay on the topic, work efficiently so you can have good responses when we come back. And then the third section, responding to needs or complaints expressed to an individual board member. These are suggestions as to what you should do in that regard. And so if you would just examine those very, very closely, then come back, share what you've done, and we'll see if we can come to, you will have come to agreement in your group of 3, hopefully, and questions. So we'll have a discussion around these. Maybe, I'm gonna say 30 minutes, but we'll see what happens. Now, we have, these are the groups. Kevin, Cindy, and Bill, group number 1. Group number 2, Deanna, Julina, and Nikki. Any questions before Maisha gives instructions? They'll be the same as last night though, but any instructions? Questions, I mean. So you're doing Roman numerals 2, 3, and 4. 15 minutes each. It is now 5:35, 25, 15. So 5:15, we'll come back, we'll do a break. I'm looking at my time. I'm sorry. That was mountain time actually. But so you go from now until 3:15 or 20.
20.
And then take a break and we reconvene at 3:30.
It's 3:36 now, so
Yeah.
you mean 4:20. So
Yeah.
we will
Oh.
do breakouts until 4:20, and then we'll take a break from 4:20 to 4:30 and reconvene at 4:30. Is that what we want to do?
Thank you, Cindy.
Of course.
So if you don't take your break, that's on you. You
Yeah, if you
blow.
want to work all the way to 4:30, that's fine. Just be back here at 4:30.
Okay, and how do we come back here?
And now we will hear from Maisha.
Hi, everyone. So the same way we did yesterday, I put a link in the chat here for you guys to get over to the other Zoom room where I'll put you in to assign you into the breakout rooms. And then once I call you back into that Zoom room, you'll see back from your breakout rooms, you'll see another link in that chat to bring you back here. Or again, you can use your panelist ID, your panelist email that was sent to you for this meeting, for the December 16th retreat meeting to get back. Either way.
Good.
Okay. So you can click that link whenever you guys are ready. And if you can, if you're gonna stay, if you, I know Trustee Gonzalez, when you're able to maintain here, if you can at least mute maybe your account so that we don't hear it at the other one. I'll do the same. Okay.
Okay, Carla, you ready to teach me? I can't hear you, you're muted.
Let me see if I can share my screen.
Okay, oh,
And
good.
maybe, I don't know if you can share a Zoom screen.
Maisha has to give you permission if it's not already done.
Oh, I can share screens. I just trying to not share my whole
Just put
life.
up a Word page. Is that what you were going to show me in Word, how to do
Oh,
whatever?
okay. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Yeah. That's a
Do
good
an
idea.
empty,
Let
just
me
pull up
share.
a
Let me
new
share a
new
Word
document.
document. Yeah. That's a good idea.
Maisha, do you have a fake screen, a fake background? Maisha, I guess she can't hear me.
Okay, here we go. Here's a Word document.
Okay.
Okay, so right here in this little corner, when you're in
Wait,
Zoom.
which corner? Hold on, where's your arrow? Okay.
Okay, so you
I
see my
see.
cursor?
Yes.
And I'm coming over here to the side. I'm scrolling down.
Yes.
You see right here on the corner, you get a little arrow and you can
At the
enlarge.
bottom right?
The bottom right, you can enlarge the thing like that.
Okay, let me see if I can do that. Let me try now.
Now let me do it with the let me see if I can do it with the participant. I don't know, because your participant window is parallel to, I can't really show you that, but try that and try that.
All right, so let me pull it up. I am close to illiterate on this stuff. All right, so let me do the one they wanted me to. So scroll all the way down, bottom of the page, bottom of the, no. Can you see mine? Web layout, is that what I'm doing?
We don't see your document yet.
Oops, got to do screen share. Hold on a minute. Oh gosh.
I'm sorry, guys. I was trying to set them up. I could hear you guys talking to me, but was working with them.
No, not a problem. They're in, I assume.
Yeah, just that Trustee Bonilla didn't make it over, so I'm gonna text her and see what happened there.
All right, do you see my document, Carla?
I do. So if you go down to the corner of your screen.
No, I don't have to move my page. I don't have to move the page.
The corner of the document. Right there. Keep going over. You're almost there.
Right there, web layout?
Where you see where it says 125% down there in the right-hand corner?
No.
Okay.
Should I go to the bottom of it?
Yes, to the bottom of the actual no, it's not the bottom of the.
But down here, where my arrow is now.
Yeah, but all the way to the edge, all the way over to the
I'm
edge.
sorry. All right. I
Right.
see 125%.
Right there, you should be able to pull the document larger. If you pull on your cursor, no, you have to get right onto the corner of the document with your cursor. It'll be like a two-headed arrow.
Oh, this thing. But that's gonna make my box bigger. That's no.
Yeah, you need to make the whole thing, the box itself needs to be bigger. No, not that.
No.
I'll be right back. I got to go to the bathroom.
All right.
In case Trustee Bonilla reaches out to either of you, it looks like Chancellor left. I also emailed her the link to her email so that she can make it over to here, because she hasn't made it over to the breakout rooms yet. Yeah, I just tried to call her and it went to voicemail, so I'm gonna text her.
Okay.
Oh, there she is. There she is. Great. Hello. I'm going to place you. Hi, Trustee Bonilla. I was just texting you. I'm going to place you into your, assign you into your Zoom room. Let's see if I can still do that. Sorry. That's okay. I'm going to try to move, add you here. Let's see, participant, no problem. Here more. Put in the waiting room host. Why can't I do this now? Shoot. Weird. Interesting. Oh. Let's see here, assign to, there you go. There you go. Oh, here I go. Bye. Okay, she's there.
Okay, so I really wish I could show you. It's just a little trick, and I can't show you on my screen. But you basically have a little corner down at the end.
Can make you host to share? Oh, you are sharing.
I can share screen. I can't show her my screen.
So let me ask a couple of questions. Okay. That bottom, I'm going to call it a ribbon, just above all the icons, right? It has where you can minimize and all that, right? And to the right of that, it says 125%.
Right.
And then you want me to go to the right of the 125%?
Does your cursor turn into a double-headed arrow or a single arrow?
It doesn't.
Huh. Okay. Interesting. And then what?
It just, when I put it on the 125, it says Zoom level. Click to open the Zoom dialog box.
But what we were trying to do is make the actual document bigger, not the text.
Right.
They're wanting to see the whole, see like a whole page.
I know, but
what we're seeing. So on your display, on your Zoom, how do you have? Okay, so if you go back to, so there's two things happening. One is the document itself. The other is your Zoom interface.
Okay.
On your Zoom interface, do you have gallery view where up at the top where it says view options?
Hold on just a moment. So I'm doing view. I clicked on view at the top, right?
Okay, what do you got?
So I've got Zoom, a percentage, and then one page, multiple pages, page width. That's in the Zoom section under view.
No. Look on your actual Zoom, sorry, the Zoom.
I'll go to my Zoom thing, okay.
Yeah, look at view. There's a little button up there that says view.
Oh God, this is horrible. Because now I can't, oh, hold on, let me do this. I got it. All right, so I've got to figure out, so I'm gonna do, tell me again what I'm looking for.
Okay, there should be a little view button up in the right-hand corner of your Zoom screen.
Just hold on a minute, because now I've got to get my optimized share for full screen video clip. I need to get my full Zoom thing going, and I don't, it's minimized, so hold on a minute. I have to stop share, I think, to do what I need to. So let me go here, cancel that. Get my chat out of the way.
But
now,
you need to have a document that you're sharing in order for you to get the lesson that we're trying to do here.
Okay.
So put up a document.
It's getting harder and harder for me, Carla.
I'll get you through.
Are we on Zoom today or are we doing a webinar?
It doesn't matter. It works either way. But
Okay.
you don't see up in your right-hand corner, you don't see, if you have to put your mouse, you have to scroll, you have to use your cursor to scroll up. It's up in the right-hand corner. If you move your mouse, it should come in.
So when I move my mouse to the very top, there's a ribbon. It's a Zoom webinar. It says there's an X, to totally get out of it. There's the full screen thing, and then there's a minimize button. Below that, speaker view, and to the right of that, enter full screen. That's all I have.
You don't have a choice to do a gallery? Interesting. Okay.
Unless I'm missing something. So let me go at the bottom. I have participants.
Let me take a picture and let me send it to you.
Okay.
Maybe this will help. Okay, see if you get this picture and you'll see where my cursor and my mouse is, and then I show you that little view button.
Okay, so how did you send that picture to me?
I texted it to you.
Oh, okay. It must be in Arizona right now. Okay, there it is.
If you open that picture.
Yeah, I don't have that.
You don't have that?
Mm-mm.
When you move your mouse, you don't get that? Interesting. Okay.
I'm moving my mouse all around. It doesn't say I've got, okay, let me show you what I have. Okay, Paula.
All right, let me see. Waiting on it to come in.
Yeah, I'm just now sending it.
Okay. And I got to make a quick phone call. Oh, here we go. Okay. Huh. You sure don't have it.
I don't have it.
That is weird. I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't. I mean, you're right. It's crazy. Interesting, isn't it?
Well, indeed. Well, let me, okay, so I'll show you. Now, I put my cursor in a different place. Let me do one more time, and then you can go do whatever you need to do. And I was vacuuming. I shouldn't be saying this because we're still there, right? All right, let's see. Take another picture. All right, there you go.
Wait for it to come in.
All right.
Okay, there it is. I don't see anything different.
Yeah, see speaker view up there. Is that the one I just sent you? That's what I have. When I move my cursor, that's what lit up. Speaker view and then the full screen thing.
Well, click on speaker view and see what happens.
I see you as front and center.
That's interesting. So yeah, are you on a Mac or a PC? What kind of computer?
A PC.
That might be why. So I guess what you're gonna have to tell them is one thing you can do is like have them look at the document on the board docs, have them download it themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that doesn't seem like
Yeah, I just put them all in a Word doc so I can have, so that it could be convenient for me.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I'll be back. What time are we supposed to come back?
4:30 for you. Yeah, that includes their break. And then we just have an hour and a half.
Okay.
Dr. Benjamin, can I ask if you have done, you were sharing from a Word document, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think if you PDF'd it, it would do, you want to try PDFing and sharing a PDF document? If you want me to do that, is it just?
You know, you have it, so
Right.
why don't you do it? And I was, you know what I was trying to do, save time.
Right.
Yeah, why don't we do it that way, Maisha?
And what I can do is I did PDF it just as a backup. I can send you the PDF and you can try to share that document to see if it does any different. And then if it doesn't,
don't confuse me.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, you just do it. So let's just walk through where I'm going to try to go.
So let me share what you sent. 1 second. Let me get to it.
Did I stop sharing? I think I stopped sharing.
Yeah. Yes, you did.
Okay, we'll have the same
Word retreat. So it's this document. Let me pull it up. This here, right?
I'm not seeing it, but it's the one that starts with the mission statement where I plug the mission statement in.
You're not seeing that?
Oh, because I'm not over there. Hold on.
Oh.
Now I'm seeing it. So
Okay,
let's roll through it.
Okay, the issue is that you changed it because you worked in a Word version and you added something here.
So they sent me the mission statement in an email.
Right, but it was
and I plugged it in. So here's the deal, Maisha. If we write in it, you can't write in it when it's in a PDF.
That's right. That's right.
That where they can see it. I can be writing on my copy.
Right.
You know, just because I'm taking the notes and doing documents and whatever. So let's scroll down. Let me show you where we are right now, which you probably already know. Hold on. So this is what they're working on.
Right.
All right, keep going. So they're going to come back and we're going to spend maybe 30 minutes or so. It'll probably be more just talking about this part and how they want to change it. All right, scroll down a little more. If we finish that, because we'll just have an hour and a half when we come back. Keep going. Keep going. All right. And now we get to this next part that has to do with the second rejection of Chancellor recommendations. So we're going to talk about, then I'll need you to click to these various policies. I have the Chancellor's job description in there, but I have 3 different policies, board policies that we're going to look at.
One. I see.
You see them?
I see
delegation of authority to the chancellor. You see that?
I see that one, yes. And these
3.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. They came across as, let's see, let me see what happens when I do this.
I can see them.
You can see the links.
I can see the links, yes. Can you get to
this? I can see the links, but they were all put together in one link. See, I don't know if you see that there's no space in between here and here.
I tried them all. They all worked.
Okay, let me try.
Okay.
Try here. Let's see. There's that one. And so do you see the Chancellor's job description right now?
No, you don't have it on the shared screen,
No.
I guess.
Okay, so I'll have to go, when I open it, I have to then go back. Okay.
Right.
That's okay. Let me go back to what we're dealing with here.
But they'll open.
They'll open. Yes. Yes, they are opening for me.
Okay. I really don't think we're going to get that far, but.
Okay. Yeah, we will do what we can do, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Where to go? So we have AP 61, 41.
So I'm gonna send you, cut and paste the vision statement. Do you want to put it in there?
Sure. You can.
You want to?
Sure. I'll just re-PDF it. Yep.
Just in case.
Yeah, go ahead and send it to me.
Because I'm gonna have to spend the last 30 minutes planning for the future. I mean, what we're gonna do next. All right, let me send it to you. I'm sending it to your email.
Okay, so I'm gonna delete that one document because that's not gonna be the same document I share anymore.
All right, I just sent it, Maisha.
Okay. It has not came across, let me see.
Did you get it yet?
No, not yet. It's not a big file. I don't know why. Let me check my. Oh, I went into my junk. That's weird.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why. Mark not as junk. Copy the message. Or yeah, sure. Mark not as junk. Yeah. Okay, let me go back up. There's 2 emails that I didn't get from you. There's another one in there.
Okay.
The info on the vision statement.
Yeah, I sent that this morning.
Yeah, but she had CC'd me, so I had that one. Okay, so. Copy. Here. Here. Here.
Oh, there you are. Natasha?
Yes,
You're back?
I'm back. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
I think they liked our little document.
Yeah, you make it sound good.
Were you on? Because I can't see who's there when I'm doing.
Just remember, everyone, we're being recorded. Okay,
Oh,
just remember. And everybody is just loving to look at us too.
Yeah. Maybe Chancellor, we could, before they're posted, we could just connect.
Well, at the last 30 minutes, I'm going to go back with them because they were talking earlier about where they're going to put these things, like their vision statement. And then they need to decide whether they want to make an individual commitment.
Mm-hmm.
And I told them I would send them some samples of what other board members have put down in those spots, which I can do in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And then we need to decide if they want to do a report out, how they want to handle that. Are you going to be here?
I will not be here at the end of the meeting. I have another board meeting tonight, so I'm juggling.
Yes.
Okay. I brought 2 laptops to the office with me in hopes that I can monitor both meetings simultaneously. Because there are portions of that meeting that I have to be very involved in, but there are also portions of that meeting that I don't. So
from 5:30, whatever we're doing at 5:30, I'm stopping. So we can kind of close out and determine, because we lost an hour at the beginning.
Yep.
And I have them now looking over the communication protocol in the 2 groups. Yeah. And then we'll come back and discuss those. And we have a lot to do, and there's no way we're going to get it all done. So we just need to talk about what next and how they're going to use the things on which they decided, and then how they're going to incorporate the 7th board member into this. So
yeah, right. I'm glad. I feel like the communications issue that they're working on together right now is a really important and fundamental one to a lot of the rest of the stuff that comes up. So I'm glad they're spending time on this. And I feel like they're coming to it all so earnestly. It's really nice.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so if you are free between 5:30 and 6, that's when we need you.
I'll do my very best.
Switch over, but if you can't, it's okay, because we'll come back to it. I don't know how much we're going to really finalize anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be nice for a number of reasons for them to make just to make that kind of public report back.
Yes.
During meetings, so that they can be held to a standard in public, like a nice commitment.
Yes.
If they're up for it, of course.
Okay, so I will sign off and send them these samples.
Okay.
And let's see. So in 24 minutes, we start back up.
No, are you coming back at 4:15?
We're coming back at 4:30. They're to work. They had 3 sections. They got 15 minutes on each section. So they're to be done at 4:15, and then they get a break. And then so they come back to the room at 4:30.
Okay. Wonderful.
Okay, so let me do a little more work while I'm waiting here.
Okay, I'll let you.
Hello.
Okay, I'm in the right space, right?
Yes.
They all look the same to me.
Yeah, it got dark really fast.
Oh,
Winter days.
yeah. I'm 1,000 miles north, and so it's even darker.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah.
It's so weird to be outside at 4:30 and have it be pitch dark.
Yeah. When I was living in Europe, sometimes that would, when I was there in the winter time, it would be like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It'd be pitch black outside.
Now you see all these people taking walks, and they've all got safety vests and lights. And you're realizing, oh yeah, it's only 4:30 in the afternoon.
It feels like 6 or 6:30 right now, and it's only 4:30.
Dark.
It is. Actually, I'm gonna go turn on some lights. Hold on a second.
Are we back in the where we're supposed to be?
Apparently.
You are.
Helen, where is it that you are physically? You said you're on Mountain Time.
No, I really don't know where I am. No, I'm in Central Time. I live in Dallas. I moved. So I'm between Dallas and Louisiana because my mother is there, and I just got back Sunday night. So it's a
Are you from
kind of life for me.
Are you from Texas?
No, I was born in Louisiana.
Oh, okay. Where?
Central Louisiana. Yep. And my mother's there. So I'm there a lot. And I moved back here so I could be closer, but I have to live in a big city.
I see. You know, my first 8 years were in New Orleans.
Oh, nice.
A child.
I guess. Yeah, it's different.
You know, I can't say I liked it when I was a kid.
It's different. It's different.
I like going back as a tourist now or conferences, but
yeah, it's not a place I'd want to live.
The racism was pretty ugly.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going to call you one day. I want to talk to you about something.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is everybody back? I don't see, let me see if I can get everybody on. See who all the people are. And Natasha's back with us. Thank you for joining us again. And she'll have to leave in a bit, but I'm happy that she's here. How were your conversations?
Good.
Excellent.
Okay. Oh, excellent. Oh, excellent. It's really good. All right, let's see what we got. So let's try to see what we're going to do next. So we have an hour and 30 minutes. Is that correct, Trustee Reese?
Yes.
And we have like 3 hours worth of activity. So at 30 minutes before we're to end, which would be 5:30, we're going to stop wherever we are. We're going to aim to end at 5:30 with our formal discussions, and then we'll go back and talk about next steps. And if I sent you I sent to your email some samples of what other boards did, statements they made about their commitments. And we can talk about whether you want to do that or not. We can talk about where we want to put the mission statement. We'll just go back and review the decisions we need to make today. And then what we're going to do, if you want to report out with the document that Natasha and I drafted, so we can get that done in the last 30 minutes, our planning and summarizing. So now we have 1 hour remaining. And then we'll talk also about these remaining items. So I'm anxious to hear about your conversations. So I will, you should have a spokesperson. So whichever group wants to go first to let us know your responses. And I'm going to go into the Word version of the document and make notes, try to anyway. And Maisha now has my original document. She'll be doing the projecting, and she can present it on the screen in any way you'd like. All right, so whoever wants to be first, let's go. Let's hear what you have to say about these things.
Dr. Benjamin, can I just add to everybody? I'm going to try to facilitate with as much as we have to do. just be conscious and cognizant of the time so we can do as much as possible when we're talking about these, because I'm going to try to facilitate more expeditious discussion. And I don't desire to, but I think we have to.
Yes, and if we need the whole hour that we have on this, I think we should take it because I think it's important if you think it's important. Trustee Reese, are you okay with that? All right, so let's go to the first person.
Deanna, could you share out from our group?
Sure, just kind of like what we were talking about, Dr. Benjamin.
Yes, and
Okay.
any changes, recommendations, so start with Roman numeral 2 and then go to 3 and then go to 4.
Yeah, we went through each of these in our group and read it aloud. It was very helpful to get some clarification around some of it. With this one in particular, making sure that the protocol was clear with regards to communications between trustees and the chancellor.
Okay, so did you guys support what was there? You feel okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
No recommended changes, additions?
I think there might have been some additions, right, Nikki?
Yeah.
So I think the one area that just needs clarification is that when we're talking about public communication or public presentation, et cetera, that the emphasis is that you're not speaking on behalf of the board.
Right.
So is that on Roman numeral 3?
So for example, in Roman numeral 3F, any public communication statements regarding the district by an individual member shall have prior approval. It's like if you go and you do a presentation at CCLC or you're on a panel presentation and you're referencing stuff in relationship to the district, provided that you're clear, you are speaking as an individual. You're not speaking on behalf of the board. You don't need approval of the board or board chair to do such presentation or to make a public presentation. It's the official communications component of this and trying to act instead of as a group. There are some situations in which you're perfectly entitled to act as an individual.
Well, give us an example of that, because I think if you're doing a presentation about the district, the board members, at least the chair, ought to know what you're saying if you're talking about the district.
Let me give you an example.
Okay.
All right. 3 years ago, Trustee Brown did a presentation on best practices of financial oversight.
Okay.
The board as a whole did not approve of that presentation. People do presentations all the time at CCLC.
So that sounds okay if she's not talking about the district, if she's just talking in general about best practices.
She did it with Christine Williams, who was then our acting or interim CFO. They were talking about Peralta. And no such permission had ever been granted, no notification had been given. And I wouldn't presume that anybody doing a presentation with CCLC on Peralta or on some aspect of Peralta would need permission. It's their individual perspective about Peralta. They're not trying to present, here I'm speaking on behalf of the district, I'm speaking on behalf of the board.
So Nikki,
yeah.
That's an interesting, we didn't go into that level of detail about that particular issue because I actually disagree with that. In that if your board, this goes back to, if your board CEO relationships are at the maximum in terms of optimizing and in terms of integrity and in terms of communication, and those lines of communication are open, we would have and we should know about all presentations. That should be public knowledge. We should be speaking directly to this. The fact that we weren't meant that we were disconnected. We weren't having those conversations, but we should have those conversations. They need to be at the forefront. Whether you're presenting at CCLC, ACCT, and any other group. So yes, we should. There's no reason why we should ever not know what we're doing. The fact that it had been happening in this district for so many years meant that there was a disconnection in communication between board members and between board and CEO. And so that's the position that I believe that F represents.
And so I think what you've said is a little different than what F says. F says you need approval. And I don't think you need approval. I think notification certainly would be a best practice, but if Bill wants to go and do a presentation for the Alameda Chamber of Commerce, and he's speaking on behalf of himself and his experiences as a trustee, I'm not going to try to tell him he can't do that. And I wouldn't expect him to come and get permission of the board before he agreed to such an engagement. I don't know. That's just my point of view.
Well, all of you need to come to an agreement for what this means for you, and people need to abide by that.
So if we put in on behalf of the board or on behalf of the district, I can agree to that. Yes. And I think that's true of all of these things.
I think Trustee Withrow had a comment, and then I'll comment after Trustee Withrow.
Yeah, this is a very important area. If I want to get back to Meredith Brown's presentation, along with somebody from the CFO's office. That presentation, as far as I know, was cleared by the Chancellor. The Chancellor knew in advance what the presentation would be in the context of it. Now, obviously you're going to have some dangerous things that you get into when they ask questions from the audience that separate and apart in interpretation of it. But I think it's exceedingly important that you can't just go before a group and say, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Peralta, but then talk about things where Peralta is involved to a group. You can't do that. You can't do that. It's not easy. And we get into a lot of areas where like workshops with the CCT, CCLC, AACC, and all whatever groups. You're going to get into issues, but it's something that you have to be very cautious about, saying, here's what we do, and then relate to something in a workshop. I find that very dangerous. I find that very dangerous. And, people look at you and they say, you're saying you're talking independently, but I know you're a trustee. I know that you're on the governing board of the Peralta Colleges. So regardless of how you want to disavow what you're doing, you're going to be interpreted in the course of your conversations, committing that a certain thing to this group on behalf of the Peralta thing that you may not have intended to do, but it's going to be viewed that way. And it's something that we have to watch very, very closely, that for example, the spokesperson for the board is the one that speaks to issues to the public, or like a newspaper or TV or whatever the case is, not individual board members. Because the only authority that is there is the board as a whole. Individual board members have no authority whatsoever. There's zero. And not only that, you can't get into and say, well, the board approved this, but I disapprove of it, and when I'm part of the minority. You can't do that. You can't do that. You have to support the board as a whole. And when you're going to get into a basic presentation, it should be done by the spokesperson for the board or the chancellor.
I'm next in line. I would agree with both Bill and Jelena. Any public presentations or statements regarding the district by individual board members really should go through the chancellor and or the board chair. And I think it's because, to Bill's point, it's what the other people around you are perceiving you as. So you can say as much as is possible, and we probably often have, where we are speaking as this particular individual, not as a board person. The reality of the matter is the perception is that you are still a board member. And so the possibility that they're conflating what you are saying as a board's voice is dangerous. And so I think that it would be good practice. And I think that it is necessary to notify your chancellor, to notify the board chair, so that we are again speaking with the same voice. Maybe as a point of nuance, one of the things that Trustee Jenkins had said was the church example. Do you want to just talk about that for a second, Kevin?
Yeah, my question was, if I'm going to a church, right, or a youth group and going to talk about Peralta, do I need authority from the board chair and the chancellor to go ahead and talk about Peralta to those constituents?
And in our particular group, what we had said was, probably not. You're going to, when you go to, I think this, and let me know if this was not our discussion, but I said, when you go there, again, you want to say that you are talking as yourself and not as a board member, and you are sharing this particular information, but to make that clear. And I think one of the things that we had said, Bill and Kevin, if that's correct, is that if you're going anywhere to talk about Peralta, sometimes it would just be good practice to let the chancellor know.
Absolutely.
Good practice.
If I may add something here, the district, when you have presentations to make, the staff at the district office are there to help you. And I'm probably giving work to them, but they can do PowerPoints for you. Kevin, if you're going to a school, you may need some brochures or pamphlets or, I don't know, information. They are good resources. They can help, they can prepare presentations for you. You don't have to be out there on your own doing these things.
Dr.
Yeah.
Benjamin,
We need to get to here. And I'm sorry. The board members are your colleagues. Of course, the chancellor needs to know what's happening. And the other thing, and this is what it says here, at a board meeting. So you do it at a board meeting, everybody knows what's happening. And you could have a goal one year. One of your goals could be to make more contact with the public and make more public presentations because you want to project this positive image of the board. And you may have staff make out a plan and make all these appointments for you to go and set up. You may have that as a project. So it's a good thing for you to, I think, for each board member to know what the others are doing. So you guys, you hear about somebody tells you about it. Oh, your service area is pretty tightly knit, in my opinion, and lots of talk goes on. And I mean, it would just be good to know. It's a good practice. So it seems that you want something here, and I think you need to decide what it is. You need to come to some kind of agreement on it. Board approval required or not. I've heard 3 people say yes. We're not voting. You're just trying to come to consensus. If you can, what you can.
I agree with what's written right now.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Benjamin and everyone else who, those were really good examples of when we get to our board of trustee, and I know that Nikki has his hand up also. When we get to the board of trustees report outs, you'll hear often, I went to a church, I was at a food bank, I was doing this, I was doing that. You are expected as a trustee to promote and speak positively about your community college district to your constituency, always. And that your trustee hat, and I was really clear about this, your trustee hat never comes off. You cannot take it off, put it on the nightstand, and then get up and go to a birthday party. Doesn't work that way. You were always a trustee. As soon as you take that oath, it's with you 24/7. You never get to put it in a parking spot and put it to bed for the night and then go do whatever. So please be mindful of that, right? When you are in public, when you are at a social event where there is cocktails going around. So, but you are expected to engage and to speak and promote the good things that are happening about your community colleges. That's one thing. If you are doing something with CCLC, ACCT, and you are doing a formal presentation and your board officers have not been notified, and your board officers end up at this conference and find out that your board colleagues are giving a presentation, that's an eye opener. That's a no-go. That should never happen. That is a clear example of zero communication, a breakdown of communication. And I can tell you that that has happened with this board, and it's horrible, and it should never happen. And so this is where we use our level of instinct and gut feeling about, if you think there's something questionable, it's probably questionable, right? Use your tuition, use your good sense to be able to communicate and share in partnership with your board officers and chancellor at the very least, so that we have some sense of what's happening. And so I agree 100% with that statement. And I do believe that it's all about common sense. It's about knowing that your trustee hat never comes off. It's knowing that you are required and expected as a trustee to go to church, to go to community events, to go to job fairs, to go to wherever it is that your heart desires, where your passion lies, and promote the community college district. So I wholeheartedly support that particular statement.
Cindy, I'm not seeing hands or anything, so I don't know.
Gonzalez, I think trustee Nikki wants to speak.
Got his hand up.
So we've got a couple of different things that we're talking about here. One is best practices in terms of communication, notification, et cetera. The other, and what's written here, is whether you need permission. And that's where I object. I mean, frankly, I think that's unconstitutional. It's prior restraint.
What is your objection, Nikki, to getting approval?
Oh, well, imagine.
Because we're just focusing on F right now.
Yeah, so here's a situation. Imagine that, as in the last number of years, there's a board president who's hostile to me, won't respond to my emails, et cetera. And now I'm supposed to get that person's permission to speak someplace in public in a manner that touches on Peralta? No, I'm not.
Okay, in the statement that I read to you that Natasha and I developed today, the first thing in there, and I think you guys got to do this. Number one says, the board is continuing to work on trust in and among our members and to let go of old grievances.
Sure.
I would like to see you take on the view that we're starting anew today.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm giving you an example of where that would be problematic. Now,
let's assume the best though. Let's assume it won't be a problem.
Let's assume that it's not a problem. I'm still not going to ever expect any member of this board to get the approval of the board as a whole or the approval of the board president. And Bill, the example that you gave of Meredith, maybe she did it with the approval of the chancellor, but I'm certainly not going to
Yeah.
have the
So
chancellor.
Nikki, I'm sorry, I'm gonna jump in because we are not going to give, we're not gonna go into that granular level. That's just, you know what, if I could give you a big virtual hug right now, feel me squeezing you so ever so gently on a big hug, because there's been a lot of trauma that each individual board member has experienced over the course of many, many decades, because prior to my arrival and anyone else's arrival. And it's hard. And so this is a healing moment. If we can just, with Dr. Benjamin, use this moment to take a deep breath and move on our journey forward, that's where we need to be. That's where we really need to be. Nikki, in a different world, and we are in a different world right now, we are going to interact and come to agreement. And if you're having issues with the word approval, knowledge is a good word to insert there, that we should all be knowledgeable of what we are doing. So this is about sharing and communicating.
Yes, I'm all good with that.
Working as a team.
And working at, yes.
I'm not disagreeing with that. And so if the question is notification, knowledge of, cooperation of, I'm all good with that. But I'm not about to, as an elected official, independently elected by my constituents, I wouldn't expect any of you to hand over your voice to the approval of the entire group or to the board president. I just wouldn't expect that. I wouldn't expect that as a political science instructor.
At the beginning of the statement, though, it says any public presentations or statements regarding the district. And I think that that's, again, really important. You want to go ahead and, you know, make an opinion, make your own kind of personal statement about whatever you want to make. That's one thing. But as a trustee, if you're going to make a public presentation or statement about the district, regardless of what venue it's in, it seems only prudent and kosher and necessary that you let the chancellor know and that you get, I think, prior approval, because it is a public presentation or statement about the district.
If it were on behalf of the district, I would agree. About the district, that's too broad.
Well, it's a public presentation regarding the district. So if you're going to make a public presentation
On
regarding
behalf of, I'm good with the approval. In regard to or about, that's too broad.
Well, and think about it this way, to Cindy's point, why wouldn't we in a public open session promote what we're doing? Why wouldn't we? And that is, and I see you give the thumbs up, Nikki, on that. Yeah. That in essence for me is acknowledgement, right? So again, if you're, I do agree with Cindy on this. I do believe that there should be some sort of formal communication amongst us that says, yes, is it an informational item? I don't know. So now I'm thinking about, how does this get communicated? Is it through our informal reporting out, through our announcement?
I think that's typically, Trustee Bonilla, where it happens at the end of the meeting when people are giving their reports. They'll say, I've been invited to make a presentation on behalf of the college or about the college regarding the college at such and such a place. Does anyone have objections to that? I think it could be that simple. Or
it's that simple. That's right. Which is something we already do.
So the modification that we're making is that it needs to be done prior, though, not as a report out that.
Well, something may come up today for tomorrow, and it's important. And in that case, you don't have time for a meeting. And so then and it says, if that is not possible, prior approval of the board chair, then you just let the board chair know, or notification to, or whatever. But somebody has to know is what this is recommending.
So I think where we're stuck is this approval. Is it notification?
It's the word.
Yeah, so is it notification or approval? I still think I am good with approval, but let us, wherever anybody and everybody else is. We just need to iron that out so that there's no confusion if this is going to be a protocol that we're
Can
gonna
we hear from Kevin or Deanna on this? Because I think this sounds like you all had some level of discussion about this in your group.
I can go. I mean, I've mentioned before that I come from a political background. I'd rather ask for approval in regards to any presentations about the district. I'm fine with that. For everything else, I'm happy to like give the heads up to whoever I need to get a heads up to. And so I don't have any issue with it as it is. I'd rather get it approved so that way, just to cover my own self,
I think we're somewhat saying the same thing, but we're stuck on the word approval. And I get where Trustee Gonzalez is coming from. As an elected by your district, you have to get approval to talk about the district and not necessarily on behalf of the district. So I understand where he's coming from. If we remove the word approval and make it practice, should give notification, I think we could reach some kind of consensus.
Agreed.
I have a problem with that in that you might want to say that the chancellor and the board president needs to be notified, and you say approval, but depending on the kind of thing that you're involved in, there could be really serious constraints communicated to you by the chancellor and the board president to stay away from or not correspond, not comment on certain topics for various reasons. We have to have controls on it. And I want to bring up just an example that I got into. I was an official member of a 6-month-long task force to assess the potential combination of Encinal and Alameda high schools. So we had one school instead of two. And I was put on there not to represent Peralta. I was put on because of my background in the community and the city and for various reasons and whatever. But I notified the chancellor that I was involved, and issues would come up as they would in terms of like dual enrollment, and there were a number of things without going into the details. I had my positions cleared by the chancellor before I took a position. And if certain things came up and they looked at me having to do with post-secondary education and where we fit within the community colleges, and I didn't have a position, I'd say, I'm going to have to defer until I can get feedback on something. But that's going to happen. That's going to happen, and we represent the community. And again, you're going to be put into a position where just a lot of things you're involved in, you're not there because you're a trustee, you're there for other reasons. But you have to make sure, again, the organization understands you're there, what the topic is. And if in fact there's, for legal reasons, the chancellor may say, and the council may say, it'd be better if you didn't participate in that. So you don't participate in that. I would strongly recommend that you don't participate if in fact they feel that way. There are a lot of issues having to do with legal interpretation of state policies, legal interpretation of jurisdictions and whatever. And so you just tell whatever group that requested that you come in that you're not available to participate. Thank you very much.
So is there an overwhelming, I'm hearing that is there an overwhelming sense of support for the language as is?
Yes.
It sounds as though you may be evenly split. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I want us to have consensus across all six.
Right, and we're not taking a vote. I think Well, my recommendation is that you get, it's an important statement and you try to get something on which that everybody can live with.
Right.
And it doesn't sound as everybody can live with approval. But Cindy, I'm turning this over to you.
Would you like me to search for some alternative words? Would that be helpful?
I don't think we have to search far. I think they can get there. Do you think you can get there, board?
I think
so. Nikki, come on, offer up some alternative words there.
I'm drafting right now. I'm about to paste in. So I'm going to put it in the chat. Two things here that I think move us in the direction of consensus. One is the first one, so I would include both of these. Any public presentations on behalf of the district need prior approval. Any public presentations regarding the district should ideally be done with prior notification. And if that's not possible, prior notification to the board chair. I think that, ideally we would want that, but I don't think we're going to ever get to consensus on absolute approval. Because I would never, I'll just say, I would never, ever go along with that. And sorry, I just can't get there.
And I kind of have a problem with that statement. Not the statement that you just drafted, the fact that you can't ever get to that. That I do have a problem with that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So, Nikki, I do have a question. If this were up for a vote and approval was the quote unquote winner, you would not abide by it?
I think if we took this to court.
No, that's not what I asked you.
And so, no, here's what I'm saying. If this was something that the board was trying to impose on its individual members, and an individual member said, sorry, I don't think that's constitutional. I don't think the board has the authority to implement policies like this and enforce them, I think the district would probably lose. And so I'm not agreeing to give up my constitutional rights to freedom of speech. And I would never ask any other board member to do the same. Now, when it comes to speaking on behalf of the district, well, absolutely. No, we act as one when we are talking about on behalf of. But each of us has individual views on a whole range of things. And I think it would be complicated because if in fact, let's say you've got somebody who wants to express a view that is contrary to somebody else's view relating to the district. And now we have voted on it and approved it. Now, has that person now said, I approve of what that person said because I authorized them to speak?
I think you're bordering on ridiculous now, to tell you the truth. And this is just going way too far. Let's make a decision about this when you're getting into all the technicalities of the words. It's like trying to define what "and" means. So.
Sorry, I don't think that's ridiculous. I think we're talking about.
I think it, I mean, it's just, it's not as complicated as
you're not, Nikki, it feels like a reaction to trauma. That's what this feels like. Your statement and your position feels like a reaction to trauma. It doesn't feel like a reaction to how to move forward. Like, how do we move this progressively forward, right? How do we agree to share information with each other? How do we agree to move this board forward in unison with some common understanding of how we want to share information with each other? Like,
because with that attitude, you could take that attitude.
Not about your constitutional rights.
Right. And you could take that attitude with everything and we'd be stuck and we'd never get to agreement on anything.
No, not at all.
A constant roadblock.
I'm not being a roadblock on this one. Look, the rest of this thing, all of the other aspects of this document in terms of communication, I'm pretty good with. On this one though,
This is a major, let me tell you how major this one is. This one is so major that we will get ourselves on the wrong side of ACCJC. We will get ourselves on the wrong side of the state chancellor's office. And we are on the wrong side on those two lenses, right? Because everything we do is so public, including this discussion that we're having right now. And so the fact that
there's a district in the state that requires prior approval of the entire board before anybody makes a presentation that relates to.
It's the reason why we are so, it's the reason why this board has been for decades so divided, because that particular issue, Nikki, has gone on for such a long time that it feels normal, it feels righteous. And we need to get to a place where we are communicating clearly, where we are supporting each other. I heard Helen say earlier, why wouldn't we do not want to put ourselves out in the community without the support of the district, whether it's through materials or presentations or however they can support us. And so this is really about a common understanding with your colleagues on how we are going to support each other, not how I'm going to take off my trustee hat whenever I feel like taking off my trustee hat and having a conversation.
Okay.
Come on,
I
Nikki.
suggest we focus on the other aspects of this document and not this one. In the meanwhile, I would challenge you to find other districts that require prior
This is not about challenge, Nikki. This is about how we work together.
Okay, I would ask you, I would request of you to find other districts where you have such a policy in place.
Yes, this is not original.
Yeah.
This came from two other districts.
What other districts are those?
I have to go back and do my research, but
okay.
Yeah.
But why don't we focus on other aspects of this document? I think we'll find widespread agreement.
Are there others who do we not want to? If there's one individual here who doesn't believe that this is important enough as it's written, or does not agree with it as it's written, are there others who feel the same way? Because otherwise, this seems like a standard until we get to a point of normalcy with the board, and then we can revisit in a year if it worked or it didn't work. But it seems like this would be a standard that really isn't asking for a lot, and so that we can get to a point where we are a working, functional board, given all of the stuff in the past that I don't even want to rehash because I wasn't here. But if there are other individuals in here who overwhelmingly believe that this is an issue as well, state otherwise. If this is okay with everybody else, then it seems like this might be a beginning initial standard to start implementing.
Okay, so it sounds as though for the moment it will stand. Deanna, did your group have any other? I think you were talking to all three sections, right? To 2, 3, and 4.
Yes.
So there was agreement on everything else that's listed in these, pretty much?
I believe for the most part, there are a couple of clarifications, but nothing major.
Okay, anything else you want to share with the group?
I think one thing that we did talk about was clarifying around media requests and making sure that we all had clarity around the protocol around that.
So which number in alphabet?
That would be under numeral 3.
Okay.
And part B.
The board chair and chancellor are delegated the general responsibility for public and media communications in order to ensure a unified voice of representation for the district. And that's so you don't have 4 or 5 different stories or responses going out.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, and I can't remember if I've said this to this group before, but in my old job, we had a very serious incident. It was just horrible. And we had to speak with one voice, and we hired a media consulting firm out of Sacramento, and they helped us create a communication triangle. And if you're interested, I'll share it. It was just the best thing we could have ever done. And in the triangle, as soon as something happened, we would complete the 3 levels of the triangle, send that out to the board, you know, what happened, so that, because when a board member's called, you just want to say, I don't want to say anything. It lists what the board member can say about the issue, and then, which is very little, but at least it gives the board something to say, and then to refer the board member to the board chair, the chancellor, or whoever is the representative spokesperson for the district. And I'll share that if you'd like to have it. But
that would be great.
The main thing here is that you do not want everybody responding and giving a different story. So that's what's behind. Any others, Deanna?
Everything else was pretty straightforward. We covered some of this in terms of like protocol having to do with complaints already earlier in this retreat, so that was helpful. But those are the 2 that stood out to me.
Okay, and then Deanna, you brought up an issue yesterday about conflicts maybe between board members and how you handle that. Was that what
it was? I think Trustee Jenkins and I were both kind of discussing that, but yeah, kind of how to handle that and what the protocol would be, just moving forward. It was clear. It was, to me, it's clear. So.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to lose that. All right.
No. Yeah, and it was very helpful.
All right.
Thank
so
you.
Now the Cindy, your group, your response to this.
How about this language? I've just put in the chat, trying to find some common ground. Just look at the last.
Dr. Benjamin, do you want to go back to that right now, or do you want to continue on where we were going and circle back?
I'm sorry, if we can.
I thought we had resolved it.
Yeah, I thought we did too.
Okay, so Cindy, do you have any responses from your group on these 3?
Either Trustee Jenkins or Trustee Withrow, why don't the 2 of you, either of you, just go ahead and jump in, talk about our responses?
It seemed to me that all 3 of us agreed with everything that was written.
Oh, okay.
I think we had a few different nuances, or
okay.
I can't remember. Were there any, Kevin? Okay, then no. we did agree. There was one, you were just talking about it a second ago, maybe I'll just bring it up. So there was an instance just recently where there was a report on KTVU where one of the board members had stated something on that news segment. So I think that's a clear case of what we do not want to do, right? If a person has been approached by the media, which all of us have been, which all of us will be, then we don't do that interview unless we have actually spoken to other individuals or deferred it to the chancellor or gotten prior approval, right? Because that segment just aired last night and there was a trustee on there that was interviewed. Not to my knowledge, or I don't think anybody else's knowledge for that matter.
Okay.
Right.
All right, so
I'm sorry, did we talk about what the appropriate, I mean, it says it in there.
Right.
But because I was also unaware of this KTVU thing, and we were all reached out to, including my daughter, who got a phone call at work asking for me. Yes. The news media are like kind of they fish and fish and fish and fish.
Yes.
And it's very clear that all media requests go directly to the chancellor and board president. Like I just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding about that at all.
And then on the 4th one, responding to needs or complaints expressed to an individual board member. Anything there?
thought for our group, I think we were good.
Yeah.
Okay. So with this document, it sounds as though we read number 1.
No, I just.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, no way.
Sorry.
I don't have a equitable blue hand to raise. So I just wanted to, on the point of the press and the media, I think we need to really, communicate that well internally, as well as with the Board of Trustees, because we also find ourselves in legal ramifications if people are saying inappropriate, making inappropriate statements to the media. So this piece is really, really critical. And we have a PIO, and all the information, everything should be channeled through them. And we should, and I've just this morning, I've sent an email out saying basically this. So, and really and you know this from when we, on a prior meeting, like an interview, when I said that, speaking to the press has to be very, very craftful. So just wanted to throw that in there to support this particular item, this particular line item or bullet.
Okay, so am I correct in assuming that the Chancellor can now put this document into a format and ready it for a review by you in a formal board meeting, to initiate it as a policy that goes through whatever your approval process is and then ends up back with you for approval and implementation? I mean,
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
You agree with everything that's in it, no changes. So that's one thing we completed today. Okay. All right.
And I will just note again, if we want consensus, we don't have consensus.
Trustee Reese.
I'm looking at your statement here and I'll say with a heavy heart at this particular moment, because I think when we had the discussion, I kind of wish we had this at that particular time instead of going on for that long a period without consensus. So let me look at it right now if there's anything, if everybody could look at this chat statement right now and see if this is something that we would rather have. Any public presentation statements regarding the district by individual board members shall have prior approval of the board at a board meeting, or if that is not possible, prior approval of the board chair. How do you all, if everybody could just read this, and how do we feel?
Well, the word unreasonably is a judgmental kind of thing. That's not very explicit. I want to bring something up since we're getting into this kind of thing.
We don't want to get into it too long, though, because we certainly want to move forward.
But freedom of speech is used quite frequently, that everybody has the right to say what they want to say, how they're going to say it, whatever. But that's not true. There are things I can't talk about that I was involved in 50 years ago. Multitude of things. I was in Black Ops for 15 years. To this day, I can't communicate any of that involvement. There is, free speech is encroached upon across the board in a lot of areas. And, it's a nice thing to talk about, but by having uncontrolled people out talking about whatever, you end up with chaos. That's all. Thank you.
So Dr. Walter, did you want to say something? Your hand is up, or your statement, your question is up.
My hand is up?
Your question is up.
Oh,
yeah, speak.
Oh, I think I spoke already, and it was all about that. Okay. We're good. I'm like,
so here's my quote unquote compromise. This is our initial protocol policy process. We're going to reassess it. And for this first year, I'm going to be the board chair, right? And so I will make this commitment to you, Nikki, that I will not unreasonably withhold approval, and unless the content is detrimental to the district, I will, of course, allow you to make a presentation. If after a year, when I'm no longer president, you want to refigure this out, I'm fine. But for this moment, that is my commitment and promise to you that is now recorded for everyone to hear and see. And I would like to stay with our prior verbiage as it was. And like I said, in a year, revisit this, okay?
And I want to make it clear, this isn't about me.
I know.
This isn't about my, what I might say. I'm not worried about that, Cindy. This is a question of what policies we want into place. And frankly, I think this is an unworkable policy. So anyway, I've said my piece. Obviously, I'm the minority on this. So let's move on.
Can I get clarification on what
we're just going with the previous.
We're going with what we have. I'm without words on this. Okay, we'll move on. So here we are. It's 7:26, and we have some more items. Okay, where are you? Sorry. So we didn't get through all of the agenda, and I just want to talk about a little bit about the items that remain. So we'll just run through them quickly. So would you put the agenda back up, Maisha?
Okay. 16, yes. Okay.
I mean, my document that has all the items in it. All right, and scroll down toward, yeah, right, that's perfect. So, well, that's not the right one. It's the one I gave you that has all of everything in it for tonight.
Oh, the new one. Okay, yes.
Yeah, the part 2 activities.
Okay.
The one I couldn't minimize or maximize or whatever. All right, so go to the next, go down further, please. All right, so this is where we are right now. Activities 1 and 3. So we just finished, yes, that's right. The one on the communications protocol and board roles, CEO roles, all of that. So I think it seems that you're pretty clear on those. The second issue was board rejection of chancellor recommendations. And the corresponding standards in my mind for that one were, of course, in 4D, again, 12, but 7, that says the governing board acts in a manner consistent with its policies. And what I attached here for us to look at were the board policies that have to do with delegation of authority. And there are 2 policies and a procedure, and the chancellor's job description. And I wanted us to take some time to look at the chancellor's job description. And I would really like for you to look at some other chancellor's job descriptions. Yours is different from most. And you need to read that, especially because you're getting ready to hire a permanent chancellor. And you need to come, and I'm recommending, I don't want to tell you what you need to do. I'm recommending that you compare it to some other job descriptions for chancellors, and I can pass you some because I'm working on some for another district, but yours, and it's fine, everybody needs to be aware, especially now that you have new board members and you're hiring a permanent chancellor, you need to look at what you have in there in terms of the duties and responsibilities. That's all I'll say. And compare that to the authority that you give your chancellor. I didn't do like a matchup, but I think there's some inconsistencies in what you delegate and then what you have in the job description. And we don't have time to do that tonight. And then you have human resources procedures too, a policy and a procedure on delegation of authority. We were going to look at those. And then the third issue was board support of shared governance. So I had a little fun today trying to find your governance process, how it's outlined, if you have a policy that's talks about, if you have a board policy, and I couldn't find one, and I think you need one on participatory governance. The board should have a policy. You're saying how you support it, unless I missed it, you don't have a policy on your role in participatory governance. Maybe I saw Paula sent me how your governance group work. I think it's institutional planning and something, and then you have the one on the role of the academic senates. But I didn't find a policy, and that's very important. And your policy should say how you support it. So that's some more work to be done. So these are things we didn't complete, and you need to decide now. So we're moving into our next steps. Do you want to complete these portions? If so, when? Okay, that's one thing. I have a list.
We actually have board policy 2510, Dr. Benjamin.
Okay.
Participation in local decision-making.
All right, I missed it totally. All right, so I'll add that one. I just want to know too, so I can put them in there when we talk about it.
Yeah.
So participation in local decision-making.
2510. Yeah,
Is
and
there
it
a
deals with the
procedure?
academic senate, staff, students, et cetera.
Okay, so we'll add that one when we'll have that under that, when we have that discussion. Is there, so Madam President, how do you want to proceed with this, the ones we didn't cover? You're muted.
So we're talking about, the reaching agreement with board support of shared governance, we're good there. So you're just talking about above the.
Well, the reaching agreement, yes. And we have all of those things to discuss.
Okay, then how do you all do, this is something that we should revisit for sure in terms of the chancellor delegation of authority?
Yeah, you have in your goals that you're going to talk about delegation of authority.
Okay.
And we didn't get to that today.
And that's a conversation that I think is going to be, we need a conversation on that. And I think we need a facilitator in a conversation about that, right? How do you all, I'm going to do what you all would like to do. I'm sorry, I should maybe be more prepared in terms of giving a directive here, but I want to ensure that we do that. How do you all, do I have any recommendations as to how to do it? Very quickly, we were pressed for time, it's 5:33. So do we want to have another discussion facilitated for this in January? What do we want to do? Because we need to.
So can I offer, this is about the job description, right?
This is about the board rejection of chancellor recommendations and about job descriptions, delegation of authority, all those things that we didn't cover today.
Mm-hmm. So it seems to me, I mean, this is really where kind of the HR component becomes really critical, right? So I don't know if Chancellor can offer up the acting vice chancellor of HR to be able to help facilitate, pull these documents and figure out how much work or how far apart we are on aligning our board policy, delegation of authority, as well as the job description. Those all have to align very nicely. And I do know that Chancellor is thinking about kind of this audit review of human resources, but if we could prioritize and focus on this particular area to help the board have all of the necessary information in front of us to see where the alignment is and where the gaps are. Is that doable?
So I'm wondering, I think if Natasha is here, I'm wondering if any of this can be part of the closed session where we're talking about Chancellor goals, or I forget the exact title, employee evaluation or whatever. And here's what I'm thinking, that we get a job description revision. We have Dr. McKinley help with that. Dr. Benjamin has said that she's been working with some other folks and she can provide us with, some templates or whatever, and then bring those in like with a redlining, and then have that discussion. I don't know if that's appropriate for closed session, but I know that would be, it's not, okay.
I don't think so. Is Natasha on? It's just a general job description.
A job description in and of itself can't be discussed in closed session, but anything that's incorporated into our current chancellor's evaluation can be discussed in closed session, so that if the job description changes, but that has an impact on the evaluatory tool that's been agreed to, that can be discussed in closed session.
Thank you. So the challenge for the chancellor position is that it is a board's position. It's not something that is vetted like through the academic senate, like other new positions that are getting, revised. So, perhaps there needs to be a working session with the board.
The board could conduct, and I think the process does allow for this. There could be an ad hoc committee of the board to develop the job description and then present it to the board as a whole for consideration.
Okay, that would be open session, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that happens in open session, but Natasha and Chancellor, in the past, what we've done on the job description is the ad hoc the board has created an ad hoc committee, right? Board officers +1. And then in partnership with HR and our search firm, we've updated the job description, but now I'm thinking we need to incorporate these other elements and update and make sure that they're all in alignment with each other. So that's something that I believe the board officers can move forward on.
I would also suggest that if you do an updated position description, which it sounds like you're going to, that we then put that up on our website instead of, and just have it be, and have the revision date on the bottom so we all know that it was done. But Dr. McKinley can definitely work with the ad hoc group. Mm-hmm.
So then we will have an ad hoc group that will be working on the job description.
Oh, and this was the other observation I wanted to make on this. On the job description, when you get down to leadership management characteristics and expectations, it's not the lead statement. Those statements aren't parallel to the lead. And this is taken directly. Somebody just went into your last job announcement and lifted those characteristics and expectations and put them in this job description. And I just think you need to look at that in the context of the whole job description, because those are more like what goes in your job announcement. And they just took it out of job announcement and put it in a job description. So I just think it's something you need to look at critically.
Dr. Benjamin, you're referring to the bullets underneath opportunities and responsibilities?
Under leadership management characteristics and expectations. And then this is exactly what was in the job, in leading the Peralta Community College District, the next chancellor will, and then they all start with that.
I see. Okay, so it's ungrammatical, first of all.
Yes, inconsistent there.
Okay, thank you. Ungrammatical. Good. Not acceptable. Thank you.
So then timeline-wise,
and does it belong there? But anyway, that's a lot.
So just so I'm clear, because I'm not sure if I am clear. So timeline-wise, what we're going to do is create an ad hoc committee, and then that ad hoc committee will come up with a job description that will be presented to the board. And we want this completed the job description done by, when is our desired goal? Is there a particular date that we want this by, Dr. Benjamin, that we?
I was just making an observation, but it seems that you need to get it done pretty quickly because you're advertising for a
It
change.
would likely be by the February board meeting,
Okay.
President Reese.
Okay, excellent. All right, then I think that we are good with that portion, but I did have another question as it relates to activities 1 and 3 above. So
Yes.
the identified issue number 2 here is the board rejection of chancellor recommendations corresponding to board rejection of chancellor recommendations. And so clearly what that, in my mind, what this is speaking to is our board policy 7110.
Yes.
Board rejection of chancellor recommendations. So what is our goal as it
Well,
relates
just to have a discussion, this is an area where you were going to have an opportunity to look at your board policy 7011, I think it is.
711.
And also, is it 2011? The delegation of authority. And review those because you have this in that policy. One of those is a policy where the final decision about management positions rests with the board. And whether or not you want to discuss that, whether or not everybody's on the same page about it. I knew there were issues around it. Just to kind of refresh it, because it's been a point of contention.
Nikki?
Except for with the immediate past chancellor, has this been an issue? I can think of one other time.
This is an issue frequently in the district. There are a number of times in open session that items do get rejected by the board. So it does happen. It's happened with Chancellor Laguerre. It happened with Chancellor Ortiz. It happened with Dr. White. So just in my short tenure, I can share that it definitely has happened. Even with Dr. Walter, like it's happened that things do get rejected from time to time, not just personnel decisions, but other items that come to the board as well.
Okay, so it's not just this personnel item. It's a more generalized issue, Natasha, that needs discussion then.
Yeah, and one of the things I mentioned last night was the mission statement, and just listening to the discussion tonight, when you have the discussion, what would come out of it is why you reject. And I think that would lead to some practices that you might need to incorporate. For example, having the board involved one of the reasons why we suggested that you have board members on the search committee at the beginning is so you know what happens. You're involved in it. And the same kind of thing needs to happen in the development of a mission statement and the development of a strategic plan. If you're participating at the beginning of these things, then you have a sense of what happens and you don't have to be told at the end and you feel more comfortable with it. So the discussion, I think, can lead to some different kinds of practices that make you more effective and result in more agreements than disagreements. But I think we have to have the discussion and identify the issues before you can get there.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
And Madam President, I had a couple more things just to kind of close the loop here.
Just really quickly, Natasha, were you going to say something, one last statement or so?
I think the one thing on items getting rejected at the board level and kind of the impact that has on staff, just knowing how I feel like the board is so earnestly reflecting right now on when these things occur. I just wanted to share that it happens obviously more when there's more distrust or lack of confidence in the administrative team. And I think as you are starting anew in many ways, it would really serve the board and the district as a whole so well if the board, when a board member is choosing to vote against a recommendation, that should weigh heavy on your heart, that it should be something that you take with a lot of consideration, knowing that even in times where you have less confidence in an administrator or in that particular administrative team of the moment, that it still has gone through process. It has still gone through levels of due diligence. It has still come to you after lots of people have touched it. And so, and as you all know, as I've advised, at least with the exception of the newest trustees, at the end of the day, we always say you have to vote your heart, right? Like you are in this position to vote your heart. But when you're doing that and it is against the recommendation, I just ask, I guess, that it really be something you grapple with, knowing that it has an impact that ripples through the district.
And that was going to be part of the discussion, all of that, to look at it from the variety of angles.
Okay, Dr. Benjamin.
Looks like Trustee UN has his, VP UN has his
We
hand.
couldn't hear you, Trustee Reese.
I was just asking Dr. Benjamin to go on.
Oh, okay. So I just want to close up the loose ends from tonight and last night. So you have your vision statement. Well, we talked about the code of ethics. You want to review that annually at your whichever meeting you choose. And then the vision statement. And I think what you concluded is that Trustee Reese, you want that as on the agenda monthly, and you would refer to it to remind people of the behavior to which they agreed. And then the document, and I'll put it up if I can here quickly. Natasha and I worked on, find it. And it still needs some work, but Natasha recommend, Natasha, you can talk about this because you decided that it should probably be a readout. And I read it to you at the beginning, and then I added a statement at the end recommended by Nikki, and everybody agreed to that, I think. And how do you want to use this statement?
I came to the assignment assuming that it was a readout, and it just does seem to be a simple lift to make some of the commitments public. And I feel like the board has done such hard work over the course of your many retreats that it's nice to report that back and celebrate it in some way.
So that's for your consideration here as to how you want to use that. And then we can kind of clean it up some and send it to the Chancellor.
I know we talked about, if I may, where is it going to live?
Yeah, that's the other question.
Okay.
Once it's finalized, it could be an information item on the board agenda. That way it lives in a place. It has it's an evidentiary piece that can be, linked to documents or what have you.
Is it something you want to share district-wide?
I think, well, I mean, I'll leave that to you all, but.
Yes, I think that this is something, if we are all okay with items on it, if this is something that we should share district-wide. Because I think it also sets the tone, everything that we do sets the tone for the whole district. And if we are committing to these, and if we've done the hard work to go in this direction, I think that needs to be shouted out to the district in terms of even our accountability to them, to everybody.
I agree.
And by readout, do we mean that we're actually reading this out as a first step? Reading it out as in a closed session readout, as in a...
Natasha?
I don't know if it needs to be read out. I think it's an important number of statements to make. And these statements should definitely be included as part of our professional development activities and agreement in our report back to the state chancellor's office for sure. This needs to be incorporated into that. There does have to be some sort of reckoning for this board in the public space, so at our open session.
Now, sometimes a board will take this kind of action and all the board members will sign it. I'm not suggesting that you do, I'm just sharing that as a practice of some. And then the final thing, I'll go back to what I started with, and I don't know if you want to discuss it, if you just want to leave it up to the president and the vice president to somehow bring in the member who's absent to what has been decided today, or how approach to inclusion approach, I guess I'll put it that way, for the member who's not present today or yesterday, because you've made some huge statements here.
Right.
Okay, so that concludes my kind of follow-up, and I will try to bring all the documents, get them all finalized on my end anyway, and send them to and work with Trustee Reese and the Chancellor. Is that okay? In getting them finalized, what you've done here.
Can we just enlarge this or go to the bottom of this? So we've got 1 through 4 visible to us.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's really 6, so I'm illiterate here.
Doing this, okay. It's just 1 through 4. Was that it? Oh,
6.
Okay, then I would still reiterate, if we can, I like the idea of the commitment, each board member's commitment to this. So I know that you had suggested it and kind of stopped there, but I would still, if there is no disagreement, since there's nothing here that I think any of us disagree with, because it doesn't include that one bullet point or that section, the protocols that Nikki was talking about. But if all of us do not have disagreement, I would really like us to sign this. It's our commitment to ourselves. It's our commitment to the district. It's our just acknowledgement and our commitment. So what Dr. Benjamin suggested, I fully affirm and would like, if we can do that as a board.
I agree. And I think starting out, in January, first year, a couple new trustees, I think I would like to do that.
What are we referring to this as? Is it meeting effectiveness agreement or?
We'll come up with something. We haven't put a label on it. We have to do a little more work on it. It won't change very much, but just to make it more parallel for one thing.
We got in the chat, Jelena is in agreement to signing this. And just for those that are not reading the chat, thank you, Nikki, and his comment. He's withdrawing his objection to the one issue that we talked about for 50 minutes. But thank you, Nikki, for doing that. But Jelena had said that she also feels that signing the document is a critical step in our commitment to each other and our community to be better trustees. Is there anybody else who believes that this is something that should be signed by all of us?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Okay, I think that, and then Nikki has said so in the chat as well. So I think that at least all of us here today, and those that were present yesterday, are going to sign this public agreement.
Okay, so that concludes my portion, Madam President, and thank you for the opportunity to serve you, all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Benjamin. Is this the end? Are we still working with you next year? Because we still have work to do. This doesn't stop.
Can I make
We'll
a
talk.
suggestion?
We'll talk.
I'd like to make a process suggestion. We've got 5 minutes here. And I think it would be useful to hear what, very briefly, one thing that each of us valued in this process. And it could be either the process working with Dr. Benjamin in general or this 2 days of retreat. And if that's okay, I'll start. So Dr. Benjamin in particular, like from beginning to end, I've really appreciated your clarity and your commitment to us. It's been really clear you want us to be successful. And like on that last, round where you said, Nikki, you're being ridiculous. It's like, I don't think I'm being ridiculous, but I can't remember exactly what you said, but I actually really appreciate it. It's like, you said it in a way that was respectful enough, but also like, yeah, I'm frustrated, but it was real, but it was also very, I don't know,
True.
Came out of a place of commitment. I just really loved watching that. Thank you. I disagree, but thank you. It moved me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
I love to oblige you in that way.
I'm going to call in Trustee Withrow, and then we can just go around. Bill, when you're done, you call somebody else in.
I'd like to say that this was a good investment of our time. I think we did a good job of honing in on some very significant issues that kind of get swept aside over the course of time with a lot of the crises that we get involved with. And I appreciated it. I thought it was well orchestrated and very much to the point. And across the board, I thought all 6 and trustees and 7 counting yesterday did a good job of articulating what their concerns were, what their issues were, what they saw, why they saw it, that sort of thing. Good job, Doctor.
Thank you.
So Bill, call on someone.
I don't know, Cindy Reese, I guess.
To go last, but okay, I'll go now. I don't know if there's anybody else that could have done this as amazingly as you, Dr. Benjamin. Seriously, this is a crazy bunch of cuckoos. We all are. But you have really facilitated this in a manner that is going to make us the best we could possibly be. And when I said what I just said right now, I said that with great love for each and every one of you, by the way. And so I can't even imagine what we look like on the outside because we're so immersed in it. But we needed somebody who was an external facilitator that had the experience and the wisdom that you did and the ability to really kind of get in and just really shake us up, but also have us come out with a toolkit, with processes, with protocols, with standards. And we're going to do it. And I am so inspired by every single person here because we are going to do this and we're going to concentrate and focus on what's really important, not all the petty stuff that's kept us from doing the great job we need to do, but the job that we were voted to do for our students. So thank you. Next person, why don't I go to Miss Deanna, Trustee Polk.
Thank you. And thank you also to you, Dr. Benjamin. I've been at this job a week. So this retreat was very informative. It was really great to be able to connect with my colleagues. It's been a very productive, I feel, retreat, and I learned a lot. And I hope to continue learning as we move forward into a new year, a new decade, hopefully, and a new era for our Peralta colleges. Thank you.
Deanna, call someone in.
I will call Julina, Trustee Bonilla.
Thank you. So I'm really excited. I've been excited and have been waiting for the past couple of months in preparation for this retreat. And equally as excited to have both Kevin and Deanna on board with us. You know, this is where it gets real. This is where it gets real. This is where, you know, pedal hits the metal on the road, on the fast road forward. And so I want to really appreciate both of you, Kevin and Deanna, your leadership, or I should say trustees, Kevin, Trustee Jenkins and Trustee Pope, your leadership in really taking the initiative and stepping up and helping in your participation and your facilitation of the statement that you all brought forward. Big clap for that, yes. Because it's not easy to step into kind of these leadership positions, but you did it. And I am really thankful for your participation and what you bring to this board. So I'm looking forward to working with all of us as we move forward. And of course, oh, tremendous bow to Dr. Benjamin, yes. A tremendous bow, who's not only in a different time zone, but sometimes I feel like she's been purposefully brought from another realm to come and help Peralta through its challenges. And it's been a pleasure working with you, complete pleasure. And I will turn this over to Trustee Jenkins.
Last but not least, I believe. Thank you, Dr. Benjamin. This has been really helpful. And I'm not going to speak for Trustee Polk, but for me, it's been like a second orientation, especially in the breakout rooms, just gathering information from my colleagues. Okay, well, here's how you go about this. Here's what we think about it. It's been absolutely helpful. Also, the camaraderie, working together. Yes. I think that is amazing. And then I just want to appreciate Trustee Gonzalez for his leadership. I agree with you in principle on the word authority. And I absolutely did not think you were going to give up on that. But I think you showed tremendous leadership in saying, you know what, for the board, for us to move as one body, I'm going to give up on that and withdraw my objection. And so I want to appreciate you for that and uplift you for that.
Me too. Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez-Duan.
I see a lot of promise just quickly. And I think if you could just let the past go. And Nikki, when you wrote your statement, where you, at the end, you approved everything. And then you said about such, whatever the last statement was about unreasonably, whatever. I just felt fear in that and I don't know if that was there, but that was my sense, that you just have a kind of fear of being hurt again or whatever. And maybe I'm all wrong, but we're going to have a conversation. But there's just what you do, your job is so important. And to focus on that job and to think about the students and all the impact you have. And if you could just get this relationship just right, it's such a wonderful opportunity. And for people to give up their time, all of you are giving up so much time to run for office and then to serve and be in all these meetings. And it's just incredible. And you want to use your time in ways that are beneficial to you and to the students. That's the whole point. So anyway, thank you for the kind words, but that's it. Just thank you. And don't ever do that again. Thank you.
All right.
We would be remiss without a big shout out to the working class here, Chancellor, Board Clerk, General Counsel. I don't know if we call you that anymore. Amazing support work.
Special counsel.
Special counsel. Special counsel. Oh my goodness, that sounds like something that we don't want, a special counsel. Anyway, thank you so much. We can't do any of this without you, like literally. President.
8:05.
Yeah.
I mean, 6:05.
Good night, everyone. Good night. Good night. Have a wonderful weekend, and we will
Thanks.
not see each other for a while.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Maisha. Thanks, Maisha.
Happy holidays. Be safe.
Happy New Year.
You guys have
Happy
holidays.
To Maisha for everything that you do and kind of making this happen.
Oh, yes. We're trying to make sure she's okay.
Thank you all.
Everyone
Good night.
stay safe.
There. Bye-bye.